press the, yeah, so you can hear the button. It's now being recorded. I will take it from there. Yes, this is the course schedule, which I've sent out to you previously. It's full days of work, full days of work. It looks perhaps overwhelming, but for those who are not used to such intensive courses, this is usually the way for those of us who do research can really go through teaching. And at the university here, when I teach it, it's also intensive. I plan it because otherwise, if I spread it across the semester, then it affects the research work I need to do. So I plan it in this way in different places I've taught. And of course, all of my courses are intensive in this way. But this is what we have to do. I believe that this will be successful for every one of us. And then, of course, it has usually been successful. So please relax and we'll go through because this is offered in this format electronically. We have to see how we can enhance our concentration. So because of that, I have put in short breaks throughout the sessions we have. Hopefully we can refresh, take some water, stretch our legs and come back. So we'll go through this schedule in this way. Okay, I usually start here to ask what are your expectations. I could give opportunity to 5 people. What are your expectations for taking this course? You can say something. So the first 5, then we'll continue. I can't take everybody, but yeah, let's see a sample of you. Why do you want to take this course?
Can I say something?
Yes, and that is Job, as I see.
Job, you are from Nigeria. I found these aspects very, very difficult to understand. I've read about systematic reviews, meta-analysis, and I'm imagining how it would look like to appreciate it, to understand it at the level of being able to use it in research. So I am here with lots of expectation. I need to understand the basics of how to utilize it in research. I expect that at the end of the day, I should be able to use it. I was trying to do something on systematic review and I was like confused at the end. So I'm here with a lot of zeal to learn from the basics to whatever level it takes so that I'll be able to achieve my goal to understand and utilize systematic reviews. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much, Job from Nigeria. And I guess you have sounded the mind of several people. Yeah, this course is there. We're not focusing so much on how to use it because there are people who use it who go through. But of course, what we focus here is how to do it, how to produce it yourself. And of course, when you know how to produce it, invariably you know how to use that. So we'll teach the skills, the steps of going through this. Yeah, so let's hope that all your expectations will be met at the end. Anyone else?
Can I say something, Godfrey?
Yeah, Godfrey from
I've been doing research in the field, especially in the area of HIV/AIDS health with several organizations, mostly with the UN, but systematic review has been an area of interest to me so that I can enhance also my skills in writing and publishing some papers.
Yeah. Yeah, of course, just to highlight also that we will not cover writing. Of course, scientific writing is a field of its own, but we will, at the end of teaching the skills, we'll be able to highlight how you can report what you have done in the right way. Okay, third person.
Hello, can I say something?
Yes.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Kenneth Ugoze from the Faculty of Mathematical Sciences in South Port Harcourt. I've engaged in research in the area of development of mathematical excipients and drug formulation over the time. Really, this aspect of systematic review is new to me, and I have tried to find how to get used to it or even learn it. So when this chance came, I was so impressed and so impressed that I was chosen among the few to start now. So I will need to be thoroughly brushed from the scratch so I can add value to myself in my area of research. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yeah, that's fine. We'll see how we go through. So do we have women to take the 2 slots left? Yeah, please.
Hello, I'm Josephine. I don't know whether you can hear me.
Yeah, we hear you.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm from Ghana, Department of Population and Health, University of Cape Coast. And I'm currently working on something with respect to systematic review. And most of what I have is what I read from people's work. So I'm trying to, let me say, imitate it. But through this course, I chanced upon this course and I was like, wow, this is a great opportunity for me to be able to write what I'm doing well. So I'm hoping that I'll be able to get the best out of this. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, that is quite important. I've taught this course in several places. I remember teaching it at the time, and this student like you, Josephine, who has already started doing his systematic review. Of course, he didn't have adequate experience through the process. So once I finished teaching the course, he came to me, he said, you know, I think I have done it in the wrong way. So what do I do? Do I start from beginning? I say, yes, you have to start from the beginning, because systematic review, like you do other research processes, has stipulated step-by-step process you need to follow. So I hope, Josephine, you will not be disappointed on the way if you have not done anything in the right way, but let's hope that you get this knowledge and skills to improve what you're doing now. Okay, the last woman.
Good morning.
Good morning.
This is Krista Fukora, a PhD student from the University of Ghana. Previously, I've been working with Cavendish University, Uganda, teaching in the Department of Public Health, and now just doing PhD in reproductive health. So I happen to be selected as a coordinator for Group 3. So those of Group 3, you're most welcome, and then we shall go through the week. I'm excited to be here. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Okay, yeah. Thank you everyone for your contributions. Let me highlight my own expectations too. First, my motivation. I want to, in what I do, my ambition always is to impact what I've learned, the skills I have, to other people in a way that can help them to enhance their skills in doing research. Like I mentioned, I've taught this course in several places, and it's a course I think people across focuses, research areas quite much appreciate. Due to the COVID-19 that came up, I teach it here during the spring each year. And the University of Gothenburg has collaboration with several universities in Africa. And once this course is taught, those people also come here to attend. But due to the COVID-19, they couldn't come to take this course because of restriction in the flights. So they missed out. But the course also here was taught using this online platform because there was a restriction on meeting face-to-face in class. So using the online platform, this went quite well. So I thought it would be good to organize the same thing for my African brothers and sisters who may be in need of this. So that was my core motivation at the end to do this. So I started thinking of ways to get this through and contacted some colleagues in different places. And yeah. So what happened was that, yeah, Albertina will come to you in a minute. What happened was that I got 110 applications from different countries. And of course, I had to prioritize those who can attend this. Then I chose 42 of you. Initially, it was 40, but to balance the groups, I had to make it 42. So there are many people who qualified to do this, but I couldn't put them in because of the organization of this course. Like I said, it's hands-on in a way that we need to coordinate the groups. You learn a lot in the groups and in the groups where you have most of the work to do. So I need to be able to manage the groups in a way that will be beneficial for you. So I restricted this number. Yeah, so I have, apart from this course, some other courses I am teaching as well, as you can see here. Okay, so some of the courses I teach here, I have some I also have in the pipeline I will be bringing up later on this year or next year. So if you're interested, you can join some of those courses coming up next. Okay, Albertino, you have something to say? You're raising your hand? Okay, maybe not for comment. Then let's continue. So my expectation, I'm not making a promise, but this is the expectations I always have when I teach this course, to motivate you into the field of systematic reviews and to help you to master the steps in doing this. The goal is that it may sound overwhelming, but the goal is that at the end of this course, I intend that each group will carry out a systematic review from the beginning to the end. Yes, doing a systematic review, you can't imagine doing it within a week and combined with the intensity of this course. But this is what I've always done. And throughout the times I teach this course, the groups always fulfill this. They fulfill it, they carry out this. Why I have set this goal is that this course is practical, and you learn through doing it. So we teach the steps and then you apply the steps. And I think at the end of the day, that is the best way this can go through. So you carry out your own systematic review. And then I want to also highlight how you can provide high-level critique of a systematic review. So my intention is that at the end of this week, you can take, or you go back to systematic review papers you have read before, you take them and you're able to dissect them to really know, was it well done or not? And it's amazing all the times I've taught this course, by the time we go through these skills, you have one in-class activity that you do, and that is critiquing a published semantic review. And I've selected semantic reviews and meta-analysis from the top journals in the world. And you can see how the students are able to really critique these semantic reviews in a way that is quite reasonable. So if you review for journals and they send you a semantic review, you can easily do that. So, but overall, if nothing happens, I just want you to learn one thing from this course that will help you to enhance the way you do your research, to be able to critique what you have done before, what you're doing, and how you will do things in the future. Okay, so this course is made up of these sessions, and this is what we plan to cover in this week. We'll cover it, and at the end of these sessions, I think you have learned confidently to do this yourself. We'll be using lectures as I'm doing now. We'll be doing lots of group discussions. We'll be doing hands-on practical sessions, and then the group project. Learning by doing, that is the focus here. The field of semantic review and meta-analysis have come to stay, and there are developments in the field. So there are aspects I will not be covering here. Qualitative semantic review, Bayesian meta-analysis, and the other aspect is network meta-analysis. I will not cover this aspect, which is beyond the focus of this course. This is biased towards health, medicine, or allied health fields. Semantic reviews and meta-analysis are used across different disciplines in academia, but we will be focusing using examples in health and medicine. I have put here, at the end of each day, I will put the slides for each day in the Dropbox we have created. So you can take the materials here if you want to read more. There are many, many books in this area that have been written that you can look at. So practical issues I mentioned earlier. And I hope all of you have been able to look into the Dropbox. Please, this is very important. Make the Dropbox your friend during this week, because that is the only way you can get the materials. I've created it in a way that it should be easy for you to navigate, to find what you're looking for, creating the different groups. And within each groups, I've indicated the in-class group activities you'll be doing during this course. Just to mention that there are many databases to retrieve materials that have been published in medicine, in health. There are many of those across fields. But to illustrate the principles we'll be teaching this week, we'll be using only PubMed, and I guess everyone is familiar with this. Otherwise, we'll go through some of the routines. So we'll be limiting ourselves to PubMed as the database will be using. The principles apply across database, and why we are limiting to PubMed is the most common people use, it's free, and then because of time, we can't do other databases during this week. Reference management system we'll be using is Rayan. I've sent email for you to download this. Meta-analysis, primarily RevMan. But for those who are interested in Stata, I have also provided codes, Stata codes, so that you can implement and use that to learn. So all these are in the Dropbox. Please interrupt me and ask questions. And usually what I do is that each day, for instance, tomorrow, I will review the key issues we have discussed today. And then there will be room during the first session tomorrow to address the questions that may arise from what we have discussed today. Okay, the group work is very important. I have created the group coordinators. They are to coordinate the activities in each group. And I have made it clear to the group coordinators, and I want to also mention it here. We are diverse in many ways, male, females. You have people from different countries. We have people who are professors, those who are doing their PhD. So you have career differences. You have different kinds of differences there. So please, let's make the group discussions quite interesting, respecting one another. I like this. Is the pyramid developed by Paul Graham, and he is a pyramid of how to disagree. And people disagree in different ways. So from the base onto the top, this is to him, this is the ultimate focus on how we should disagree. It's not right to disagree or good to disagree by name calling. We should move away from this and aim to be at the top here. So in your group, just to highlight, please enrich your group with discussions, respecting the viewpoint of everyone, and let's get benefit from the group activities. Okay, let me quickly go through this. My time is running fast. So this is the way it goes. During the course, during the classes, we'll have in-class activities within the groups. But during this week, like I said earlier, each group will perform a systematic review on a topic. So from this afternoon, you will choose a topic and then you perform a systematic review. On Friday, we'll focus on presentation. Each group will present their topic and what they have done. So this is a group project you have to do a systematic review project. And I have highlighted here the things each group needs to do. And I hope this is clear. I have all this in the Dropbox. Please check it out. But I want you to define the topic, prepare a quick protocol, search database, only PubMed, screen your studies, extract data, quality appraise the data or the studies, then synthesize your evidence using meta-analysis if it's feasible, but otherwise derive the conclusion from what you have done. On Friday, you have 10 minutes each group to present your findings. And out here in this course, time is very important. Time to start, time for the activities. So please, we do not have time. So your presentation should be limited within 10 minutes, and then we'll have 10 minutes to discuss that. This will be on Friday. But these steps, we are covering them as we go through today, tomorrow, Wednesday, and so on. So your group project will take step by step. By the time you get to a particular session, we must have covered that so that you know what to do. Okay, so far, any questions? Do you have any questions?
Maybe just a comment, Godfrey. You did mention that you will put all the slides for us to access. Will this be on daily basis or at the end of the course?
This will be on daily basis.
Okay.
Yeah. One thing is that just to mention, I don't know if you see my screen now.
Yeah.
I have the breakout rooms. I have pre-assigned you, and that was why I mentioned that please come into the Zoom using the email you have used before. As you can see, some have automatically been assigned to the groups, but some, I guess, have not been, perhaps because you didn't use the. So, but I will see how we can manage this. It can be quite challenging to do this, but let's see how this goes, because the number we have here is quite less than the number of people who are already in the course.
I saw my name in group 5.
Okay, so please let's have a short break. Let's have a short break, 10 minutes break, and come back 45.
Okay.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Wonderful section.
church. Then let me in another. But it shows that you are not actually, you have not settled in that place. You have not agreed in your mind that you have a church yet. We are not sure that those people are seeing, those ones are, in fact, it's easier this time to know who are your real members. This is when you will know who are your real members, so that I will now focus my energy on the people I need to focus on.
Hearing you
and
at
those
the
ones that are
background.
shifting in their cultivation.
You're hearing you at the background.
Those ones that are shifting, I won't waste my energy on them. Because any day they come and pass the Bible and you answer, they will still shift. Whether you answer or not, they will still shift, so they still have other places.
Linus, Chidi, can you mute your Zoom, please?
Okay, welcome back. I hope you are all here. Just give me a few moments. I'm just trying to rectify this group assignment. Um, okay, so I've been able to assign all those who are currently in the course to the different breakout rooms. Let's hope that we get that clear now. Okay. Stop this. Then I close this. Okay, welcome back from the break. Yeah, sorry, some of these technical issues will usually come. Okay, now I mentioned this in one of the emails I sent to you. The first activity we have, it's definition of systematic review. I think what we will do now, is to take, you have the this in your activity, in your class activity. So it would be good that you harmonize your thoughts in your groups. So I will give you 10 minutes so that you can go to your group to harmonize your thoughts. Just to, okay?
Excuse me, I have a question.
You have a question?
Yes.
Yeah.
So I'm not sure if I get how if I understood how we're gonna split into groups to work together.
Don't worry, you will see that will
Okay.
happen automatically.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, now so what will happen is that you will see on your screen, you click the join button and then you join your group.
Hi, can we all hear me?
Yeah, who is speaking there? Who is
This is
speaking?
Dangana. I want to believe this is group 6.
You're in group 6, Dangana?
Groups.
Yeah,
Right,
Dangana, you need to join your group. You should have this thing on your screen. You just click it and join your group. Your group members are already in your group there. So you should have a pop-up.
What, sir?
You should have a pop-up window that comes to you, join group.
Well, I haven't, that pop-up haven't. Okay.
Yeah, you are the only one in your group
okay.
that is not in your group now. Okay, so I have Eman. I have Eman and King Carl. So let me assign you to your right group.
That's group 1.
Group 1, who is that?
This is King Carl.
Oh, you group 1. You are in group 1.
Yes.
So yeah, you join your group. And Eman is what group? Group 5. Eman, you are in group 5. Hello. Emmanuel, you there to help?
Hello.
Yeah.
Hello.
I'm not hearing you. Perhaps you can switch off your video and then maybe the network will improve. No, I don't hear you. What was the problem in your group? Do you have any challenge in your group here?
Hello?
Yes.
No, please.
No challenge.
Yes, no challenge.
Okay. So I can leave the room.
Bright, who is the group leader in this group?
It's Emmanuel. Emmanuel is the group
Ah,
leader.
okay, Emmanuel.
Eman, you need to join your group. You need to join your group. Eman, you need to join your group. Your group is group number 5. So I had assigned you to that group. So you just join your group now. If you see, or you have 2 devices, Eman. So that's the problem. Hello. Hello, who is there? Hello, David.
Hello.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Yeah, how are you?
Fine, yourself?
Good, good. They're having a group discussion now. Oh, David is, yeah, you're there. So you are in group 3, isn't it?
Yeah, group 3,
So
yes.
yeah, so I can assign you there so that you can join them, although they have just few minutes to finish.
It's asking me to join breakout.
Yeah, join that. So he's there now. I see somebody who joined with Samsung Galaxy.
This is Nemo.
Nemo, your group. What is your group?
Five.
Number 5. Okay. So I send it to number 5. Then you can join. So you should have a pop-up window on your screen. Yeah, good. Hello, Adenike. Adenike?
Good morning, sir.
Good morning. What group are you?
This is Adenike.
What group are you?
Group 6.
Group 6.
Group 6.
You just joined in now?
Yes.
Okay. So they have had, they are coming back now to the main group, but I will put you in group 6 so that you can know where you belong next time.
Okay.
So we are returning to the main session now. Okay, are all the groups here? Yeah, so those who are here, we're still waiting for the others to.
Okay, so group 3 discussed a lot about the definition of systematic reviews. So Mustafa is going to help us go through that.
Yeah, I will come back to you. Let's get the others back, then I can start from group 1.
All right, thank you.
Sorry, while we wait, can someone put me through how to share my screen?
Your screen? Share. No, you don't need to share your screen now.
No, I had issues.
Yeah, so it's the button should be down there. If your Zoom, you see it down there, you see share screen.
Oh yes.
So once you choose that, it opens your computer window, and you will see what you want to share. Then you can share that.
Oh, thank you very much.
But while I'm sharing, you can't share at the same time. Okay, so everyone should be here, I guess.
Yeah.
Okay, let's continue. The time flies. So group one, in 1 minute, what have you gone through? What are your thoughts with these definitions? Do you have anyone to speak for you?
Yeah, Dr. Miguel will do that.
Okay.
Thank you so much, Emmanuel. Yes, we have discussed not so much because I think everybody is in the beginning, is trying to adapt to this new kind of meeting and courses. And concerning the four definitions, mainly they are very similar with each other, with very small differences. And one of the differences that was noted is that in the US Department of Health and Human Services, it includes a critical assessment that it's not in the other ones. Probably in the other ones, the definition just includes to identify, select, and synthesize information. It seems that when you read the definitions, probably there is not a part that you can critical or can comment this kind of information, just try to organize them. And then in the US Department, there is some kind of critical assessment that you can get all the information and you can give a personal critic of that, all the information that we have collected. But I think all the definitions are very similar in themselves.
Okay. Yeah, group two. Thank you for that, group one.
Okay, so for group two, my name is Felix. So we came up with 5 overlapping and 3 non-overlapping. So for the overlapping, systematic review is primarily used for summarizing evidence of finding. Secondly, to identify high quality research finding. Thirdly, there's a guideline, meaning specific criteria to the guideline to follow. Fourth, the review is based on body of literature. And finally, there's a systematic methodology that you follow, particular system in trying to find answers to the question. That's for the overlapping. Now, for the non-overlapping, the US Department said something about addressing a particular clinical issue, which was not mentioned in the other definitions. And secondly, Cochrane mentioned something about identifying the reason why the protocol should be followed in order to minimize bias. So the bias aspect of the definition was specific to Cochrane. And finally, only 2 definitions mentioned decision makers as the primary consumer of the product. And that's one, Cochrane, and also the Center for Review and Dissemination.
Okay, thank you. Group 3.
Yeah, my name is Mustafa. After reviewing the 4 definitions, we came up with a simple one, which is we have so much background noise.
Yeah, please try to mute your mic if you're not speaking. I think that will help to reduce that.
Okay, thank you, sir. So we have this brief definition from the 4 review definition on the screen, which is these are the common key components that present the definitions. which is collection of literature in specific research questions. So all the definitions has a specific research questions in mind. Why reviewing and synthesizing the data to reach a conclusion, which helps decision makers in making a concrete decision. Then it also ensures summarize of all the literature reviews done to give a specific decision in analyzing all the literature review. So that's just what we agreed on in group 3.
Okay, group 4. Just take a maximum of 1 minute, please, so that we can keep to the time. Group 4.
Okay, thank you. I'm Olusegun. Okay, so we tried to also look at the differences, just like other people did, and we see that similarities and they all set out to actually focus on some research, as in research questions to identify, appraise, as we see in most of them. But we also see that the U.S. Department of Health is specific, and that is understandable because it is for health and human services. So they are not, their own definition is not broad like most of the other ones. And then we try to look at how we can actually move around and summarize this. And we said, okay, we can move from Wikipedia to the Department of U.S. Department, then we come to Cochrane, and then we conclude with the Central for Review. By saying we identify all that, then we pick organized method to be used in U.S. Department, and then in using
now your time is up. Group 4. Let's go to group 5. I think your point is made. Group 5, please.
Oh, thank you.
I'm Justin. I'll be representing group 5, and basically with the overlapping components, we talked about the fact that there is a critical assessment of literature, and it goes through specific methods. And then with the non-overlapping components, we identified the minimizing bias by Cochrane Handbook, and the fact that it is specific to decision makers by the Center for Reviews and Dissemination. So these are the ones that we agree on, and it is similar to what others have already identified in earlier presentations. Thank you.
Yeah. Group 6.
Justice will speak, please. Justice, are you close by? Okay. If Justice is not close by, what we identified are 4 things from the overlapping. Number 1 is the fact that the systematic review is focused on research. And then, of course, there is an appraisal. There is, a continuum of the word appraisal or evaluate. Then there's also synthesis that you will find. So all the 4 definitions are emphasizing on evaluation, on synthesizing, and then, of course, the word organize. We identified 2 things that are non-overlapping. The first is the fact that the Wikipedia and the Center for Human Nutrition, didn't emphasize, their outcomes were not evidence specific. Okay, while what you have in the Cochrane and the Center for Review, the evidence are specific, being teased out. Yeah. And then, of course, we also saw that the Cochrane and the Center for Review emphasize, clearly on the word methodology, even though it's been interchanged or used differently. But methodology was emphasized as against what you have on Wikipedia and the Center for Human. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, all of you, for this. You can see this was quick, and you didn't have sufficient time to look critically into this, of course. That is why in the next in-class or breakout room activities, it's good to read those papers beforehand so that you can put your thoughts together and of course contribute in a meaningful way. So this was a quick one. I have put this for us to start from here. What is a systematic review? At the end of this course, you can come back to this definition to understand which one has actually articulated in a clear way what the process is. So have put this, there are several others there, but I've chosen this four so that you can look at this. And what happens here is this. The next slide, what I've done is I have highlighted some words that are very critical. We all have to know that. As you go through a systematic review, these are words that you should have in your mind. And you can see this: identify, appraise, select, synthesize, critical assessment, evaluation. These are important words, verbs that really describe what we do. Adheres to the Center for Reviews and Dissemination adheres to a strict scientific design. In Cochrane, pre-specified eligibility criteria. So these are keywords that we use in systematic review. But one thing I want you to note here is that if you look at the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, you have this process of doing a systematic review. It emphasizes on a topic you have chosen all research studies. In Cochrane, it said all empirical evidence. In Center for Reviews and Dissemination, it also emphasizes all relevant individual studies. But in Wikipedia, because when you type on your Google, you want to look for meaning of something, one of the first that comes up is Wikipedia. And many of us use that. But you can see what Wikipedia says here, which is a point I want you to note as you go through this course. Wikipedia defines systematic review as a process through which we want to synthesize all high quality research evidence. I want to emphasize this. What we do is that we are not synthesizing all high quality evidence. We are synthesizing all the evidence that is there, all the empirical evidence that is there, all the relevant studies there. That is what we're interested in all. What happens is that once you start a systematic review process, it now allows you to tease out which evidence is of high quality, which evidence is of low quality, which evidence is of moderate quality. Can we reach decision based on this evidence we have? So the systematic review process allows you to answer that question. From the outset, we are not interested in knowing or to include only the high quality studies. We include all studies there, and through the process of doing the systematic review, we're able to put them where they belong. High quality studies, low quality studies. I hope that is clear, and you see this as we go through this week. Okay, another component, as you see from this course, is that we have systematic review and we have meta-analysis. Many times you see a study, it is combined word or combined terminology: systematic review, meta-analysis, looking at the effect of this on this, a systematic review and meta-analysis. So meta-analysis is a clear component of the systematic review. But what is a meta-analysis? Systematic review is a process we use to synthesize published evidence to reach a decision, to help us in any uncertain decision we need to reach a decision on. But the aspect of the meta-analysis is when we use statistics in this process of doing systematic review. We use statistics to evaluate or synthesize our results. It's like the normal studies we do. You go out, for instance, you do a survey, you send a questionnaire and people fill it in and return it. And then you put in your data, you clean it, then you want to analyze it. So the statistics comes up at a certain stage. So the same way you have for systematic review, you do the systematic review, the statistics comes up at a certain stage. Sometimes people have the title, effect of this on this, a meta-analysis, or people use meta-analysis to describe this whole process we do, which is actually wrong, because meta-analysis focuses on the aspect where you use statistics to summarize your results. But systematic review is that process that covers all the processes from identification of your study, from formulating your question, from synthesizing, from appraising, then doing a meta-analysis. So for you to know this difference as we go through, because it's important, because there are many things, misconceptions that are out there. The premise of meta-analysis is that if we bring all the studies together, we have more power to detect any effect we're interested in. We have more power and more confidence to make a decision based on what we summarize. So in essence, 2 studies are perhaps better than 1. 3 studies are perhaps better than 2. And so the more studies we have, we're able to bring them together, the more realistic our evidence is. So the meta-analysis also does something else. It helps us, we can use the tools of meta-analysis to evaluate any inconsistency, or we usually call it heterogeneity in the evidence we have synthesized. So meta-analysis can allow us to detect those differences. And this week, you will see this in reality, how we are able to do this. Just to let you know, systematic review is the whole process. Meta-analysis is the aspect that covers the statistics, which we use to evaluate the evidence we have generated. And you see as we go through this that meta-analysis to be done requires certain conditions to be met. And we'll see how those conditions are met. Okay, so systematic review may or may not contain meta-analysis. Meta-analysis is only the statistical tool. So you can visualize it in this way. Systematic review is the whole, and meta-analysis is just a small part of that. To have a meta-analysis in a systematic review, yeah, I mentioned that certain conditions need to be met. And as well, one thing I want to also highlight here is that because of the focus and misconception of the differences between systematic review and meta-analysis, many people actually, if you go to the journals, they think that if you have a systematic review with a meta-analysis, then it's not high quality evidence synthesis you have done. But that is not right. You see as this happens. But the demand side is that some journal editors do not actually understand this process. And so if you send a systematic review to some journals, if there is no meta-analysis, they wouldn't consider your paper. Sometimes you send a systematic review with meta-analysis and journals are interested, because there's a misconception that a systematic review without meta-analysis is not of high quality, but that is not what it is here. These conditions need to be met before you can perform a meta-analysis. So many people do meta-analysis, forcing the data to put them together, not because they can be put together, but because there is this demand from the journals in this respect. But what we want to do in this week is to be able to do it in the right way. What should be done? And so that is most important than what the expectations are from whoever, the journals or decision makers. Okay, there are other types of systematic reviews, which I've highlighted here. You can see this paper in your Dropbox. I have a folder in the Dropbox where I've put papers of interest you may want to. There are other types of reviews there, but here the focus is systematic review. Sometimes you write your thesis, for instance, or you write a review for the journal, these are not qualified as systematic review. Systematic review has its own processes. Systematic makes it different, and this systematic is what we emphasize from when you start to do it to when you finish it. So it becomes transparent, reproducible, and people can take the steps you have taken and produce the same result you have produced. That is what it should be reproducible. Okay. I sent you a paper, Muro BMJ paper. Why do we need systematic reviews? If you have not read it, please try to read it. Our time is running fast, so I will just highlight some of the issues he has pointed out in that paper. Take your time to read. Why do we need systematic reviews? Because that is a fundamental question we need to ask. If you take any field of research, any topic, you see that there are many studies being published. For some specific context, research context, the evidence is very rapid in emergence. For instance, the COVID we are looking at today, if you go and search COVID, I think the studies are in hundreds of thousands now that have emerged. And if you want to put this together, that is huge work. And the thing is that many of these studies contradict each other. So where do you base the evidence you want to reach? So there is a way we need to bring all this together. And so systematic reviews can help us to bring all this large number of studies emerging in rapidly bring them together. Also, many clinicians who use the evidence generated from research or decision makers do not have time to read all these things here. And so one way is that the systematic review helps to minimize this time that is required, that we can bring all this together in one paper and summarize the evidence, and those who reach decision based on particular field can take this evidence synthesis and reach a decision on that. And then here is also growth of knowledge. Growth of knowledge. Science is really dependent on self-scrutiny. Knowledge increases in every field, methods improve, and so as time goes on, we need to bring everything together. What do we know? What do we not know? Where do we go from here? So systematic review serves this different aspect. So science needs to dwell on self-scrutiny. What are we doing? Are we doing it right? Asking and answering those questions, systematic review can help you in doing that. And I hope, like I said from the beginning, at the end of this course, you'll be able to also question yourself using the skills and knowledge you gain from here. How can you improve what you do today? Okay, yeah, life is full of complex decisions to make. In every aspect of our lives, we have complex decisions to make. And this is critical in the medical decision making. A patient comes for care, like we see in the COVID situations. How do you treat this patient? What is the evidence there? What do we know? Some of these questions can be challenging. And you know that if we have insufficient evidence and we use evidence that is insufficient to make decisions, that may cause harm. And so we aim that we make decisions based on what works best. And so another thing is that the information we have, I've mentioned this, it's so huge that it becomes limitless to take every one of these to read them. And sometimes you read them because of the conflict, they are even more confusing for you. And so this unmanageable set of information, we need to put them in a way that we can get the key message. I know that if studies are done on a particular topic, some may be biased, some may be methodologically problematic. Some studies have been published, but their relevance may be in the time past, may not be now. And sometimes people also misinterpret what is published there. So we need a way to bring all this together and then harmonize our conclusions and find a way forward. Okay, so we need to bring all these things together. And once we have done this, if we have done a schematic review, the guidelines produced today, medical care in policy, in a different aspect of life, are based on synthesizing the evidence. So systematic reviews will automatically lead to evidence-based guidelines and policies. Semantic review will help us to separate what is reliable and what is not reliable. And I've mentioned efficient use of resources, time constraint, time to do other things. You need to save them by using systematic review than when you are reading all the studies. So systematic reviews will help us to use our resources efficiently. And once we do a systematic review, one thing that is for us researchers, one thing that come to view is that we're able to know where there is a gap in the evidence and how we can take that forward in terms of research. What can we improve in going forward? Yeah, so if we do a systematic review, we save time, we save costs, leads to the right decision on what works best. We have the pathway to the future on what we can do, how we can improve the evidence. Yeah, I've mentioned that science grows on self-scrutiny. Systematic review provides us these opportunities. And it's a field that I think, in my own opinion, every scientist, every person working in public health or medical care, whoever you're working, needs to have the skills to be able to scrutinize what we do. Okay, once we do a systematic review, we appraise the quality of studies, and then we provide high quality summary of the underlying evidence. So these two aspects are different. They have different focuses, and I want you to take this in mind. Appraising and providing high quality summary. We'll be dealing with this aspect as we go through this week. Okay, who uses systematic reviews? We have researchers. They want to know what is the current state of the art. They want to find out what is the gap in the evidence, and they want to formulate future research agenda. Researchers use systematic reviews quite a lot. And for you in your field, look for systematic reviews, and then you'll be able to see what this aspect there. The patient or the public helps them to make best informed choice from different alternatives that may be there. For instance, if you are in the surgical arena, there may be ways of dealing with particular problem. And so this will depend on evidence that is generated. Systematic review will highlight what the level of evidence is for different kinds of procedures. And so you'll be able to allow the public to make a choice. Practitioners in the healthcare or practitioners in other settings helps them to reach informed and best evidence-based patient care, best evidence-based practice, and also to develop guidelines. And policymakers as well, to help them to formulate best and evidence-based policy. So in this, we are all covered in the society who have relevance of systematic reviews. We have what is called hierarchy of evidence in biomedical research. This is the pyramid of different study designs and how their impact in reaching decision is. And so systematic reviews for some time now have occupied the tip, but now these days is divided, that what we call the umbrella review. We will touch on this a little bit during this course, but it's now an emerging field of research. When you do a systematic review, you synthesize the primary studies that have been conducted. When you do umbrella review, you synthesize the systematic review and meta-analysis that have been conducted. So this is the way it moves, so that we know when we do a systematic review, the impact it has in reaching those decisions that can be life-changing, can be harmful. So in essence, they need to be done quite well. So this, I just went to PubMed and I typed this term, and you can see how this, from the 1980s, the growth of systematic reviews, that they have become so popular in the medical field. Okay, let's come back 45 again, and start with a question. Then we take it from there. Okay, welcome back. The last session was quite a quick one, but just to introduce the foundations and the motivations for systematic review. Several of the concepts we have mentioned will come along the way as we go, but I don't know if anyone has questions from what we have discussed so far.
Thank you very much. Right?
Yes.
I just wanted to ask something about that. I didn't understand the difference between the previous talk. You talked about the reason as why we do meta-analysis, and one of them is to measure or detect differences or heterogeneity. And then when I was reading an article by Cynthia Muro, I found generalizability. So I don't know whether generalizability is the same as detecting differences or heterogeneity.
Generalizability is the concept where, when we do research, usually we have, for instance, if you work in public health, you go out there, you recruit people. And of course, you can't take everybody in the population. So you take a sample and then you do your research on the sample. The expectation is that if you get your findings, you should be able to apply to the population where you have taken the sample on the condition that the sample you have taken is representative, is random.
Yeah.
It's randomly selected. So generalizability is where now you make a statement based on your sample that what you have found is applicable to that society or that population. I think from what Muro was trying to, the point he was trying to make is that, when we do the systematic review, we are doing a similar thing as when we do primary studies.
Okay.
If we do our search to identify the studies, it has to be in a way that it's quite comprehensive and representative of all the studies published on that topic. If we don't do that, then if we have limits in covering comprehensively that topic, we have limits to that, then our findings cannot be generalized to the whole of that topic. Rather, it can only be generalized to the aspect we have covered. So therefore, we'll go through this during the next sessions to highlight how we can enhance the identification of studies in a way that they are representative of the underlying studies on that topic. Meta-analysis, as I said, is used for two things. One is to summarize the evidence in a quantitative way. So use statistics to pull all the estimates together and derive one estimate that it is representative of the estimate from different studies. And then the second thing is that it allows us to use quantitative ways to highlight the differences that exist between studies. But this will be clearer as we go through. Yeah. David, you wanted to say something?
Yes, right. Thank you very much for the presentation. Very nice and interesting discussions here. I'm just wondering, as you mentioned and you took us through the phases of systematic review, and it's with meta-analysis, which is about the point estimate of all the studies pulled together. I'm just wondering, these days, how fashionable or how common or how relevant is meta-analysis, systematic review without meta-analysis? How relevant is it these days? How common is it? How useful?
Yeah, I mean, the way science goes, I mentioned the umbrella review. We'll come to umbrella review, I think, on Wednesday or Thursday. I'm not certain of that. But the umbrella review is a movement that is there in the last 10 years. And this movement has come because, one, the misuse of systematic review and meta-analysis. So I mentioned the demand and supply. If, for instance, you want to do a systematic review for the Lancet journals, you want to submit it there, they want you to send your protocol first to them. They will read it and understand. If your systematic review does not have a meta-analysis, Lancet is very unlikely to take it. And that cuts across many journals. And the problem is that there is this misconception that without quantitative pooling of the data, then the systematic review is not of high quality. But in this course, we want to really bring down this kind of thinking, because meta-analysis has conditions that the studies you have brought together need to meet before you can do a meta-analysis. So many people don't understand these processes. And so the journal editors, many of them don't understand. So if you don't have a meta-analysis in your systematic review, then they think that it's not of high quality. But that is not the case. Yes, systematic review should be done, not having a meta-analysis in your mind first, but emphasizing doing the processes systematically. If eventually, when you have brought the studies together, you analyze and you make a judgment that yes, they can be put together, then good, do the meta-analysis. But if you have analyzed and you find out, and the keyword here is heterogeneous and homogeneous. If you analyze and you see that the studies are heterogeneous and they cannot be put together, then there is no need for you to put them together. So the most important thing here, and we emphasize in this course, is that the steps need to be adhered to. You need to take those steps, and then other decisions come as you get to each stage. So it's not necessary that systematic review must have meta-analysis. Of course, because people are doing it these days, it has become a fashion that just find a way to force the data, but don't force the data. Let it speak for itself.
Thank you very much.
Yeah. Okay. So is there any other burning question? Otherwise, we go along now. One thing here is that I mentioned before, we are going to cover this aspect through this week. And when you do your project, you have to start from here, and you move to here, and you move to here, and go in that way, like this, and then write your report. That is what you want to cover. The first step of doing a systematic review is to formulate your question. What do you want to address? What clinical issue you want to address? And you have to have it in mind what I have said earlier. The systematic review we do helps us to reach decisions in clinical practice, for patients, for researchers, and for policymakers. And so because we are influencing what happens in the society, what happens in the practice, what happens in research, how patients are cared for, because we're influencing that, we need to formulate the question in a way that it will address these issues. So the question formulation is the first step we undertake in performing a systematic review. The question must be relevant. Relevant meaning that it should address something that will help to reach decision at these different spheres of the society I've mentioned. Relevant for research, relevant for clinical practice, relevant for policy, and so on and so forth. It should be answerable. You don't pose a question that cannot be answered. So there are rules or systems we can use to pose questions, which we'll go through, and it should be specific. One of the or two of the definitions we had there, I think, U.S. Department of Health and Health Services, and then the Cochrane mentioned specific questions. So the questions should be specific. But before you formulate a question, then already you're thinking of something in your mind. You want to do something on this topic. Then you go to formulate a question. But before you formulate a question, you have to establish first that there is need for a systematic review on that topic you want to deal with. And here I have this figure which looks really horrible, but try to see how I can use this to help you get through this. So we need to establish there's a need for a systematic review on the topic. The first question is there already an existing systematic review on that topic? If no, then just go ahead and do that. And how do you know? You can just use your Google and type. You go to PubMed and type. You can even have experts. You think are expert on that field. You can ask them. If there is no systematic review, then just go ahead and do one. But if there is a systematic review, then there are other questions you can ask. One is the systematic review that is there still current, or is it out of date? And this out of date may vary from field to field. Some fields are rapid. For instance, the COVID, you can see most journals across the medical and health field are so much emphasizing nowadays the use of, publication of studies on COVID, because it's a hot topic. A lot of things are happening there, and then their usual publications have minimized. But in terms of COVID, the evidence is emerging so rapidly. Out of date can mean weeks on certain aspects of COVID-19. It can be months, but in some fields, it can actually be years. So if there is an existing systematic review, one of the questions you ask is, how long has it been published? Have there been studies published since then? And these studies, can they in any way influence what we know today and where we should go? Just a minute, let me put this on. Okay, so if it is out of date, then you go ahead. So is it still current? If it's not current, go ahead and do any systematic review. If it's current, then you don't need to do a systematic review. Another question, if there is a systematic review existing, is it comprehensive, what we have now? Because some systematic reviews may actually be very limited in their perspective. And the question Chipester has asked, traceability. So they may be limited. You may have a systematic review on the topic that is focused, for instance, on Europe, focused on Sub-Saharan African or Asia. It's not comprehensive in terms of regions of the world. So it cannot be applied to other regions. It may be limited in terms of language or number of databases searched. if the existing systematic review is not comprehensive enough, then you can plan a systematic review that is comprehensive. The systematic review that is there may also be of low quality, and you will see it when we go through this week, that you can have systematic reviews that are of low quality. And we want to ensure that systematic reviews have high quality. So if it's of low quality, you can point out this as justification for any systematic review. And so once we have ascertained on each of these green aspects, depending on the question we ask, we ascertain that a systematic review is required, then we go on to carry out one. And so once that happens, we need to formulate our questions we need to address on the topic. I've mentioned the question needs to be clear, it needs to be specific, and this point is very critical. Formulating a systematic review question is a roadmap to what you're going to do. I mentioned when I taught this course some time ago, one of the students actually has gone far in his process, but because this aspect was not carefully thought, he realized after the course that, well, I've not been doing it in the right way. And so he came to me and I said, I think really if you want this to not just end up in your drawer in your office, you need to go back and start all over again. What is worth doing is worth doing well. So if you don't formulate the questions well, you will see that it affects the other aspect of the review process. And sometimes you may end up in a mess. So this requires ample time to think about. So I've mentioned relevance, I've mentioned feasible, I've mentioned that it needs to be ethical. Of course, when we do our research, we go through ethics permission to get permission for our research. When we do a systematic review, usually we don't because we are dealing with secondary data that have been published there. But your questions should not be a controversial question. They should be questions that will be helpful to the society. It should also be interesting and novel as much as possible. The question could be narrow or broad. This is not contradictory to specific. I will try to explain. You may have a question that it is too narrow or too specific, that it doesn't actually address something that is relevant, or it may be too specific that you can't apply it. You just have two specific areas you can apply it. And once you have this kind of narrow question, and those who understand the field, you submit this, they may have problem with that in terms of how do we apply this. So it shouldn't be too narrow. It should be broad enough in a way that it can encompass the diversity of studies in that area. It helps us to reach decision that will not only address two specific things, but will give us insight into what is happening in that area. It should also be narrow in a way to provide meaningful answer when studies are aggregated. And here means that the condition of being broad should not limit it being narrow. It shouldn't be broad in a way that it becomes overwhelming. So this is something that you have to marry together. And once you're formulating or even thinking about a systematic review, one thing that is important is to establish the team that we do this systematic review. The team here is very important. even in formulating the question. And the team should comprise of the experts in the field. If, for instance, you're looking at issues of maternal and child health, you should bring experts who are in that area, who understand what the science is. The team should also include methodologies, maybe statisticians or people who are involved in evidence synthesis, who can help you to think about the process. You should also bring information scientists, librarians, who can help you to identify the studies that are there, how to, because this requires specific field skills. And I have really had very good experience with librarians who will help you to think how you can identify those studies. So that team should be there that will help you to define your question in that way. That is able to help us to reach decision. Okay, when we are formulating questions for systematic reviews, there are frameworks that are there. This is one of the popular ones called PICO or PECO or PEO, depending on the kind of study design you are interested in. And like I said earlier, the focus here is on health issues, medicine, population. This course does not cover things like animal studies also. So health issues that concern human beings. So this framework is a framework that is commonly used when you are doing systematic reviews on exposure or intervention affecting something to change something. We use this formulation. But the field has grown so much that in certain topics, this framework does not fall in. For instance, one of my students is doing a systematic review, and she's trying to synthesize the evidence on models that have been used, for instance, to statistical models that have been used to develop phenotypes of disease, of airway diseases. The focus of that systematic review is on the statistical models rather than the participants or the intervention of or exposure. And so in that topic, this framework will not work well. So this framework has limits of what it can do depending on the topic, but generally, when you're doing a systematic review on cause and effect, intervention and outcomes, exposure and outcomes, this is where you use this framework. So we use this to help us to understand how we can formulate our systematic review. So the P for PICO is participants. The I or E is intervention or exposure. The C for comparison, I've highlighted this red because it's not in every case that you have a comparison group that is clear. And then the O is the outcome. This framework is a good guide for you to articulate well your the component of your systematic review question. And once you have done this, you will see how this actually comes up when you are trying to identify your studies. We will see that as we go through. So this framework, once you're doing systematic review on cause and effect, which I expect that during this course, your group project, you should focus on systematic reviews on this cause and effect or intervention association studies so that you can see how this framework works. Okay, P for study participants. Who are the study participants? So once you're formulating your systematic review question within this framework, we want to understand who are your study participants. Your question should be able to allow people to identify that. And when you are proposing it, you should be able to make an indication of who your study participants are. So the P should reflect in your question. The study participant may be in terms of disease, for instance, patient with type 1 diabetes, may be based on their characteristics or demographics, children or adults, may be based on sex or gender, however you call it, males only, females only, maybe on ethnicity or race, and so on and so forth. So this participant, if it is based on this disease condition, you need to identify that. If it's based on this characteristic, it may also be based on setting. I'm looking at female with type 1 diabetes admitted in this particular hospital, or from the community, or from the school, and so on and so forth. So example of reflecting the participant is children less than 5 years old from low and middle income countries. Intervention. What is your intervention? What is your exposure? If you're looking at an association study, if you're looking at cause and effect, if you're looking at, let's say, randomized, please, if you can mute your mic, I get some background noise. So we need to see that intervention or exposure identified in your question. Your question should contain it. Yeah, so I mentioned this is mostly relevant when you have intervention studies, association studies, etiological studies. An example could be routine prenatal iron prophylaxis. Then we have the C, which is a comparison. When you have clinical trials, you always have so I say again, please, if you're not speaking, just mute your mic. And as you know, this is being recorded so that it doesn't interrupt so much. If you're not speaking, just mute your mic. So the C is the comparison. If you have clinical trials, for instance, you see that you always have the comparison. You have the intervention and you have the comparison group. So in clinical trials, in most cases, you have that. Comparison may be if you're looking at the effect of a particular medication or drug. The comparison may be a placebo or maybe another type of medication or drug. So the question should be able to identify the comparison. But this comparison, this C, is optional because in several studies, you may not have a comparison group. For instance, if you're looking at the effect of serum vitamin D on, let's say, asthma. So this is measured on a continuous basis. So you're looking at a numerical exposure here. And so you may not have a comparison group that is clear, you can state. So using the same example I've mentioned, you're looking at prenatal vitamin D intake against the comparison maybe, let's say, selective iron supplementation. Okay, the outcomes. What is or what are your outcomes that you are interested in? This needs to be identified, and this can be measured in the risk risk of, let's say, if I'm looking at asthma or prognosis of asthma or other factors, incidence of asthma, prevalence of asthma. So your outcome should be integrated in the question you formulate. And an example can be you are trying to use iron supplementation to prevent infant mortality or low birth weight, or can be other outcomes. Okay. I have here a question that was formulated for this systematic review. I have a question that was formulated for this. And what you see here is this. I have indicated the different aspects so that I see whether this question in this review meets this PICO framework. And you can see the P. Sometimes the P can be quite elusive because here you have the participants include both the mothers and the children. So this systematic review aimed to synthesize the evidence on the effect of maternal supplementation with iron compared to vitamin D during pregnancy on anemia risk in children aged less than 5 years, which for instance in Finland. So you have mothers and children who actually participate in the study. And so the participants become these two aspects, the mothers and the children. The intervention is clear, iron supplementation. The comparison is vitamin D, and the outcome is the anemia risk. This is clear? Okay, any question so far?
Yes, I wanted to ask a question about these people that
Yeah.
just finished. It doesn't look like a question to me. It looks more of an objective to carry out something.
Please, can you speak up? We can't hear you.
Sorry, I'm saying that this example that was presented to synthesize evidence does not look like a question, more of objective.
Yeah.
What
yeah.
to do?
Yeah, that is an important question. This question comes often as well. So when we say question formulation, we are not looking at it to be objective. We are looking at it, what are you trying to address? And in most cases, this is reflected as an objective, as an aim. So the question there is not having the perspective of having a question mark at the end. It's actually an idea to reflect on what is the study trying to address. So it's a conceptual issue and not actually how it is articulated in terms of whether it's a full stop or a question mark. And so once people do this, once they have reflected your question, then they can write it as an objective or as an aim or even as a question itself. So just to make the point that when we say question formulation, it's not an idea of writing out a question, but an idea of reflection of what the study, the systematic review wants to address.
Okay.
Is it clear?
So it has behind it the problem phenomenon.
Yes. Yes, you can, there are different ways you can put this, of course. What is a problem you want to deal with?
Okay.
Yeah.
So one wants to establish something.
Yes.
All right.
Okay, Posi, I see Posi Aduroja. You have raised your hand?
Thank you very much. I do have a question, especially concerning this PICO or PO. How important is it for us to follow this component? So I'm looking at how important is intervention in the component. For instance, if I'm
I can't hear you again.
do a systematic review on prevalence of, let's say, male infertility. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you a little bit. Yeah, but speak. Yeah.
Hello. All right. So I'm saying concerning the PICO components, how important is integration of intervention in this component? Let's say you're looking at doing a systematic review on prevalence of, let's say, male infertility in a geographical area, which
yeah. I think your line is so bad, but I got the point you are trying to make. Your line is not so good, but I can help to, at least from what I got. You are asking how it's important because your thought or your thinking is that this framework may not fit every question. Of course, I've mentioned that, which is clear. In the example you gave, looking at prevalence of an outcome, in that you will not have the intervention. In that you may not have the C part. In that you may have just the P and the O. So I said earlier, this framework is not always applicable across, but whatever you do, the components that are applicable to your study should be able to reflect there. If you're doing a prevalence study, then you need to, if the participants are those that are reflected, that they need to come out, people need to see them, and the outcome needs to come out, what you're trying to measure. Yeah, so the example you gave, the intervention is not required there.
Thank you very much.
Okay, so what I will do now is, I hope you have identified your in-class activity number 2, and I have given you papers. So I'll give you 10 minutes to go back to your group. Let me get this. Yeah. So to go back to your group, and for your paper, please identify the question. Your in-class activity number 2, identify the question that they have asked. That shouldn't take you too long. And the question, just to give you a clue, is in most cases found at the last paragraph of the introduction or the background of the paper. So if you go there, look at those question or objective or aim they have proposed, and then once you look at it, you can think of whether they have formulated, is it clear, can it be made better, or is not well formulated. So let's come back at 23. Please, let's be prompt, otherwise we extend our time too much. Okay.
Hello, Dr. Bryce.
Yes, please.
I'm still here. I don't know how to get to my group.
What is your group?
3, please. Group 3.
And this is Emmanuel, eh?
This is
that Okondo?
It's Posse Adroja.
No, I didn't get that.
This is Posse Adroja.
Okay, number 3, eh?
Yes, please.
Hello. I also have the same problem.
Yeah, your group is?
Luisa, also from the group 3.
Group 3?
Yeah.
I also have the same problem, sir. Can you link me up with my group?
Yeah, what is your group?
Group 2. Yeah.
Yeah, Albertino, what is your group?
I'm feeling similar to me too. I'm still handling it.
Oh, Prof, you're still here.
Yeah, I'm still there.
Yeah, so your group is?
My group is 2.
2,
we had
okay.
the session before, yeah.
Yeah, okay, I'll send that. I see David here.
Yeah, I'm also here, yes.
That's group 3, eh?
Group 3, yes.
Okay.
Johnston as well.
Johnston is what group? Justin, what is your group?
5. I think it was 5.
5. King Carl. What is your
Yes,
group?
Prof. My group is group 1.
Group 1.
Yes.
I don't know who is Techno Spark. Someone has. Is that Okondo? Albertino. Albertino is group 6. Is that Okondo there? Who is using the Techno equipment? One person is not in the group, in the breakout group. Who is there?
Hi.
Hello, who is speaking? Hello.
Oh.
Okay, let's start with group one. Just tell us the question, read out the question they have indicated in your paper, and then you tell us whether it's well formulated or not. Group one.
Hello, can I?
Yes, please.
Well, I'm Kenneth representing group one. In group one, we are trying to look at the question. Well, it's well presented, but what we observed is that in using the framework of the PICO, most of the indicators were not really presented. And we try to identify the population as the mother and the children in that question that was presented. And we are trying to look at BMI as a measure of obesity, which could affect the outcome of the outcomes there are the fetal death, the stillbirth, and the infant death, which should be the outcome of the exposure, which is a degree of obesity measured by the body mass index.
Okay, so group one, you're saying that you have the question, but the component, the PICO component, are not well presented in the question.
Yeah, it's not
okay.
Yeah,
thank you very much. That is one thing I wanted you to observe.
Okay.
And then as we go through this week, you come back to these things again. By the time we have gained a lot, so that we can more critically, but just for you to see how people formulate. Let's go to group two.
But hello, sorry, are we right? Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
So group two, read out the question, whether objective or however they have put it, then tell us your observation.
Okay. Thank you very much. So for group two, research question identified. There are actually two of them. The first one is to determine whether antibiotic treatment leads to improvements in growth in pre-pubertal children in low and middle income countries. And the second is to determine the magnitude of improvement in growth and to identify moderators of these treatment effects. So the first one gives us a higher pointer to the PICO. So it has every aspect of the PICO in it, except the comparison aspect, yes, which is not there, but the P and the I and the O, it's reflected in the research question, which I think it's good enough to help us commence our search.
Okay, thank you very much, group two. You know, once a study is done like this, in many cases, people have their primary objective and the secondary one. So the focus should be on the primary one, and that is the first one you have looked at. So, so if you're happy with that, then I think we're all happy. Group three.
Oh, I represent the group three. So we think the question is well. They want to know the influence of the free legislation in smoking and the influence in perinatal and child health. The participants are shy. Also, the E or the intervention is more exposure to smoking, and they don't have a compare group, but they have good outcomes that they want to know if the exposure to smoke have influence in terms child or child health.
Good.
I
So
think,
group 3, you're happy?
yeah.
Yeah, great. One thing is that it's good to see that you are getting this point and you're able to identify where these things are, because from this afternoon, when you begin to formulate your own questions, you have an idea of what you are looking at for. Because on Friday, when you present, we want you to know what question have you actually defined, then we can critique it for you, whether your questions were right or not. Okay, let's go to group 4. Group 4, who is representing group 4?
Hello.
Yes, please.
Is anyone talking? I thought Shegun was supposed to represent, but since he's not coming up, I don't know if he's still coming up. I can talk. For group 4, our topic was effectiveness of interventions targeting physical activity, nutrition, and a healthy weight for university and college students, a systematic review and meta-analysis. The PICO in there, we found out that for starters, we found out that some of the parameters weren't there, but we noticed that the participants will be university and college students. Intervention will be using nutrition and healthy weight. Physical activity, we'll be using the physical activity. That will be the intervention. And then the comparison, we didn't quite find the comparison. And then the outcome will be their healthy weight, their weight eventually at the end of the
Yeah, so thank you very much, group 4. And one other thing I want to also highlight here is that, the comparison, as I mentioned, in many studies could be optional because it's not relevant for that study. So this is aspect you can also evaluate. Did they actually need a comparison group or not? But thank you that you're able to find that out. And sometimes you can see that the components are there, but the way the authors have formulated it, they make it quite complicated for you to pick out what is what. Like this example here now, it looks like they have several exposures there they have looked at. But we'll still come back, and then once we have gone through the material for this course to an extent, you'll be able to look back again whether those questions you're looking at today make a difference for you. Let's go to group 5.
Okay, group 5, and I'm speaking Josephine. Okay, so our work was on the prevalence of early onset neonatal infection among newborns of mothers with bacterial infection or colonization. And with us, P, which is the participants, were newborns of mothers, and then mothers who have bacterial infection or colonization. Any intervention and then comparison, but our outcome was early onset of neonatal infection.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
So group 5, you are happy with the paper, the way they have formulated their question, eh?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Great. Okay, let's go to group 6.
Yeah, hello, Prof. For group 6, it looks like we're giving the same information in the same work for group 5.
Is it?
So we actually worked on the paper, yes. So the paper in our folder, I think, was the same thing group 5 has presented.
Oh, sorry for that. I will check it out.
That's fine. So basically, we also identified almost the same thing. The participants were talking about newborns of mothers or pregnant women. And the outcome we identified to better understand the global rate of vertical transmission. And then for the E, we identified neonatal infection. So basically, we identified PEO in our paper.
Mm-hmm. Okay. All right. Thank you very much. This is the morning session for today, and what these sessions have done is to set the foundation for what we'll be doing. And we have started the process.
Then,
we have started.
Then after that one, place them in.
Please, if you mute your mic, please. We're not speaking. So I was saying that we have set the foundation of where we are going during this week, and we have started the first part of it, and that is the question formulation. When we return in the afternoon, we are going to take it from there to look at the different other aspects on how to carry our systematic review once we have formulated the question towards finishing it up. Okay, so in my time here, Central European time, let's come back at 12:45. So we have 1 hour lunch break for you who have your time is less than mine. Please bear with me. Maybe it's not your time for lunch, but yeah. So let's come back in 1 hour's time. 12:45 prompt we start. Thank you, and see you again. Yeah, thank you for that. I don't know if I say all I've said, but anyway, we're in the session of protocol development, and I've mentioned that developing the protocol is important. Is the roadmap to implementing the systematic review. It helps us to minimize bias, and it increases transparency of the process, and also, it's particularly important to let others know that something is going on that topic with regards to systematic review. Because you're working in your own circle, just you and some group somewhere, you're working there. There may be other people who are doing the same thing here and there. And so there's no need to replicate effort unnecessarily. Science is to contribute to the growth of the society, and therefore we are all contributing in our different ways to enhance knowledge to make the society work better. So there's no need to replicate efforts unnecessarily, even in this time of publish or perish, which is really motivating science a lot. So once you have a protocol, other people will know that something is going on here, and they can put their effort in doing something else. Okay, so the protocol should address all systematic review decisions that you are making. I've mentioned that you need a team, subject experts, you need methodologists, you need information scientists, you need different types of people in the group, in the team, and the protocol should involve these people and should be developed, and those decisions that you're making, including the inclusion or exclusion of studies, the criteria using for that, the searches you may be taking, you may be doing, how you'll be searching, the databases you'll be searching, how you'll be selecting the studies that are included, how you'll be extracting data, how you'll be performing quality assessment of the data, how you'll be doing the synthesis, and how you are going to disseminate what you have done. So in order to enhance the transparency of the report of protocols, we have the Prisma P, what is called Prisma P. I don't know how many of you are familiar with the organization called Equator. Is anyone familiar with that? Equator. Okay, well, perhaps not. But Equator is an organization that is, of course, in the research in health sciences and medicine that is trying to enhance how research reports are reported transparently. And so they have guidelines on how you can report different studies. For instance, cohort studies, randomized control trials, systematic reviews. So if you go to the Equator, you will see they have these guidelines. And the systematic review is the guideline of reporting when you have finished systematic review is called PRISMA. Recently, they have developed what they call the PRISMA P. I've given a link here, which I encourage you to check. And if you don't know about the Equator, look for it. It's important. If you're doing research and publishing papers, you need to be acquainted with those recommendations. It helps you to fine tune what you're doing. So if you go here, you have the PRISMA P, and in this PRISMA P, they have outlined statement, recommendations, guidelines, and outline of how you report a protocol of a systematic you want to do. Once you have developed this protocol using this guideline, you should register it. You should register your protocol, which is the minimum. And if possible, this should be peer reviewed. You should send it to a peer reviewed journal and publish it if possible. The minimum is that it must be registered. Once you make a criticism of the systematic reviews I've given you on Wednesday, I think, or Thursday, some of the questions you ask yourself is, was a protocol developed for this systematic review? So you should register it. There are platforms where you can register. You have the Prospero, which is the most popular. You also have the Research Registry, and I think there are a few others coming up nowadays. Register your protocol in these places. And if you want to publish your protocol, then publish it. There are several journals that are publishing protocols nowadays. But the minimum is to register it. If you register it and you don't want to publish, it's fine. These systems will give you a registration number, which you can include in your systematic review when you publish to say it was registered in this place. Okay, Beatrice, you had something to ask?
I would like to ask a question, which is it's about registering. So why do we have to register the protocol? Because I have always been, thinking about that. I've been done some literature review before, and there was always this question: why should I register?
The literature review you did was a systematic review.
Okay, I tried a systematic review, but when we were looking at the outcomes of the review, we saw that there is not enough evidence to continue as a systematic review, and the studies were not comparable at all. So we decided to do a scoping review.
Yeah, here you come. Here you come. So you see, that is some of the things I have been mentioning this morning. The criteria or the decision for doing a systematic review is not whether the studies are comparable. That is one thing the systematic review wants to do, to find how studies have been done. So they may be different, and systematic review will guide us to that. So don't make a decision you're doing a systematic review, then you change to do ordinary review because the studies are not. No, you can't do that. Actually, there are systematic reviews called empty reviews. Once you formulate your question, go ahead and do it. you may end up not finding any study. And what that does for research is that it opens the door to recommend that there are no studies in this area, we need more studies. So an empty review is actually a finding. If you see what I have stated before in terms of decisions that we reach when we do systematic review, maybe research-oriented decisions to help us to, in going forward, we need actually to address this question that is important. And there are no studies there. Or there are studies, but the studies are not of high quality. We need to perform high quality studies. But with regards to your question on registering, yes, I've mentioned before, registering a protocol increases transparency of what we do. It helps us to minimize bias. It helps us to avoid post hoc decisions, meaning you take decisions based on what you find. No, you should take the decision and you don't know what you're going to find. Whatever you find, you integrate it into the process of what you're doing. So it helps us to minimize this bias that is on the way. It increases transparency. If you a priori establish criteria of how you're going to do a systematic review, it increases transparency that you have not determined the answer before you ask the question. You ask the question and then you move towards answering the question. And I mentioned this, the protocol, when you register the protocol, other people who may be working in that field, knowing that, okay, there is something going on here, it may also open opportunity for them to collaborate with you, or they don't unnecessarily replicate what you're doing there already. So the protocol you make and register in a public domain helps us. And when you finish your systematic review and you send it to the journal, what happens is that reviewers will usually, once you said you register a protocol, there's confidence there. And then they will usually take your protocol and have your paper and compare to see what you have promised you wanted to do in your protocol, whether it is what you have done. And once we have this, it helps us as scientists not to manipulate the system. Whereas I have no protocol, it's very easy for me to manipulate the systematic review itself. And that is not the way we want to do it in science. We want to increase confidence. And sometimes you have made in your protocol, you have stated what you will do. Once you're doing the systematic review, the reality is set there that some of the things you actually plan to do, you can't do them. And so there is also an opportunity for you. When you report, you have what you call protocol deviation, which you can include in your systematic review to say that actually we plan to do this, but we couldn't do it because of this, because of that. So you highlight that. The protocol is very important. I give you an instance. I remember some years back, the European Academy of Allergy and Clinical Immunology, which is an organization I belong in here, working in the area of asthma and allergy and immunology. And they commissioned work to develop guidelines, what they call food allergy guidelines or anaphylaxis guideline. But before that, I had said, these guidelines usually will be motivated based on the evidence there, and the systematic reviews that are done will be used to develop these guidelines. So they first of all commissioned that we should do a systematic review first. So we started, we developed protocols, and we published it. And this organization, European Academy of Allergy and Clinical Immunology, owns a journal called Allergy. So once we started the process, the protocols are registered and published. In the middle of the work we're doing, the editor of this journal sent me a paper to review. And so I looked at this paper and I discovered that it was actually addressing the topic we are working on in this systematic review. So what I did was to type to see whether the authors of that paper had registered their protocol or developed a protocol, and there was none. And because we have done that and we have started this work, I recommended to the editor to reject this paper, because in the process they have skipped this. They might have done a genuine job, but without a protocol, I wouldn't know that. They might also have done, seen our own protocol done, published, and they started their own work, and they did not do this. It's difficult to know what they have done, really. But once there was no protocol, the transparency and their motivation cannot be ascertained. And so, but more importantly is that in doing a systematic review, one cardinal aspect has been skipped. And that for me, as a methodologist, is not a good signal. So I recommended rejection, given the replication of work here. And that paper was rejected. Of course, it was published in another journal, but this is one of the things that happen when you don't register or you develop a protocol or register a protocol, which is quite important. Yes, Beatrice, you have something else to ask?
Sorry to interrupt again, but I like what you said, because our decision to change the type of study, it was because after submission to the journal, they said that there is not much, information, to carry on a systematic literature review. So that's why with that feedback, we changed to a scoping review.
Oh, so it was scoping review. Scoping review.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes,
Well,
yeah.
well then I accept that. Yeah, that is something.
Okay. Now it was a scoping. It was
scoping
a
review.
Rescoping, yeah.
Yeah, so scoping review is fine if a journal recommends that. Yeah, I didn't get that information. Yeah. It's a scoping review.
No, it was a scoping review. Yeah. Okay.
So
we did scoping.
Yeah, which is fine. Because scoping review is the type of review you use to understand what is happening in a field that not much is known.
Okay. Yeah.
But
that's what we've done. Yeah.
Yeah, but that does not stop you from doing a systematic review. Actually, if I were the reviewers or the editors of that journal, I would have asked you. It depends on the conclusion you reach, because, like I said, you can have an empty review, which is fine, which is a signal for research to be carried out on that topic. Okay, I wouldn't emphasize this so much. In this session, this is my last slide. And what I want to do here, because I know you may be having the question, how does a protocol look like? And I want to show you one. I hope I have motivated you enough on why you need to do this. It's very important to develop your protocol. Minimum, register it. If you want to publish it, then go ahead and publish it. Which the publication of a protocol gives you, beyond the registering, gives you an additional advantage in that by the time you're doing your systematic review, if you submit it to a peer review journal, you will usually get fantastic comment from the reviewers or the editors that can help you to improve even in your topic. And many times this has happened to us quite a lot. So now I will give you, show you an example of a protocol. Do you see this? Do you see this? Yeah. Yeah. Beatrice, you had a question again. Did you ask a question again?
It was on a message, just so to not interrupt you.
Yeah, I can check that. Oh, can we register after journal submission? Well, you should register it first. What happens is that in most of these registration systems, you can update. So many journals, when you submit, they will ask you for registration number. And of course, not all journals. So if you have the registration number where you have registered, you include it in the publication. I can see if this has. And sometimes you can register them concurrently. You register to the, what's it called? To the registration system, and you send it to the journal at the same time. Then you tell the journal that you have sent it to the registration system. They have to, the registration system will have to review it in-house and tell you that, okay, they have accepted it.
Right.
But it's, yes, please.
Sorry, I'm unable to see your screen.
You are not.
Yeah, I cannot see. If you are sharing something, I cannot see it.
Yeah, I'm sharing. Is everyone seeing this here?
Yes.
Yes, I am seeing very well.
Okay,
Yes,
so
I'm also seeing it.
I can see
okay.
it. I'm seeing it. Yeah, sure.
I'm also seeing it.
Yeah, so
See your
Wesley,
screen.
perhaps you need to see what is happening to you there.
Okay, I'll check it out. Thank you.
Yeah, so this is an example of protocol one of my students some years back published in a journal. And I have this, I have example of protocols in the Dropbox folder, which I have indicated. I think you can find that. And so this is what the protocol looks like. It gives a background to the topic and states the research question. And then the aim, this is where the research question is the methods. For instance, it shows the type of studies it will be including, the participants, the exposure, the outcomes that will be investigated, the exclusion criteria, how you identify the studies from the databases, then the study selection, data extraction and management, quality assessment of the studies, how the analysis will be done, how the evidence will be graded, the registration and reporting of the review team, describe the review team, and then discussion of different aspects. So this is an elaborate protocol, but in your own project this week, make it just small, the main point. And so I can show you, I remember when we submitted this paper, the reviewers requested that we should include the search strategies we're using for all databases. We have included one database saying that we will adapt this to other databases, but we said no, include all databases. So you can see here we have Medline and the search strategies for Medline, Embase, the Cochrane, Global Health, Web of Science, WHO, Global Library, PsycInfo, Ahmed, Sinal, and they also requested that we include a sample of data extraction form. So this is quite elaborate, but doing this before you start the semantic review itself gives you an opportunity to visualize already how you are going to take the process. And somebody can actually take this protocol who has not been in the team, look at it and use it to progress this systematic review. And in registering it, this is Prospero here. I show you here. And the same systematic review that we published the protocol in this journal was also registered in Prospero. Prospero has items they want you to report, and some of those items are here. So this is how you do this. Sorry, I have taken your time a lot here in this session, but this is this. Do you have a quick question?
I have a question.
Yeah, please.
If you publish your protocol, can it be accepted as a paper for academic assessments?
Yeah, your protocol should be, of course, it depends on the institution. For instance, here in Sweden, we have categories. Once they are assessing your academic papers, they have categories of papers. So you have original research, and then you have another category of thesis. You have, for instance, chapters in books or chapters in different ways. And then you have other publications, for instance, editorials, expert opinions, protocols, and so on and so forth.
Okay.
You know, what happens is that the way you make assessment of science is
That's what I'm using now.
yeah, this different aspect need to be integrated, because it also gives an idea of how
You mean
this
the
person.
corridor?
Yeah, somebody is speaking there. I think you can mute your mic. So what happens is that once your assessment of your scientific contribution is made, these different aspects are taken into account. For instance, if I see somebody who has published quite several.
It's from 9 to 4 with lunch break. Then for 4 or 5
I have
days.
background noise. Okay, so the point there is that you make assessment on how this person also has transparently contributed to science. So if you have systematic reviews you have published, and none of those have protocols, it also gives a signal. So yes, it's accepted as a publication, but it has to be in its own category once we have this list of publications you have made. Okay. Okay, so let's take a 10 minutes break and come back at 28.
No group work this time.
Very often.
Bad man. I prof. By deal.
Are you coming back? Are you coming back? Is this time for them? Okay, so. Yeah, Japan training. Yes, the training is making your progress and training is like yes. Now I'm using the NTF for now, but I'm exhausted. So how do I backwards? This tool, I can't find the for the setting how to do for. Yes, anyway, settings. I don't have that.
Okay, I hope we're all here. Not everyone, but we can continue. So one thing I would like to say, which I I highlighted at the beginning, was that this electronic system has its limits. So please, it will be good once you come in and you're not speaking, mute your mic. Otherwise, the background noise can interfere and affect the efficiency of the discussions we're having. Please mute your mic. I could do that for everyone, but sometimes people unmute and it goes back to this kind of situation. But please remember, once you come in, mute your mic and only unmute when you are supposed to speak. Okay, so I have gone through this, and I think this is pretty clear now. Yeah, if someone just comes in, please mute your mic. If you come in, mute your mic. We see get some noise, background noise. Okay, so we have gone through this question formulation. We have gone through developing a protocol, and I've given you an example of what a protocol looks like. Please continue to have this in your mind. Yeah, there's also a mic that is open now. Any question for me? Okay, so we have formulated our question. We have developed a protocol which has outlined the things we'll be doing. The next step we have in the process is now to identify the studies we'll be including in our systematic review. As I've said, the question needs to be formulated well. The criteria are made clear. That affects every other aspect. So we'll use what we have developed here to work on this. So this is quite important. And I think we will have some demonstrations to make, which you will participate in this session. So the goal of this aspect of the process is to identify all relevant studies on the topic. And if we go back to the definition, Wikipedia said all high quality studies, but the other ones indicated all relevant studies. And that is the emphasis. We want to identify all relevant studies. And you know that doing this is not an easy task. If you want to identify all the studies that have been published on a topic, I don't think there is any systematic review that has been able to do that. Maybe it may be in some studies that are, what people are doing, but in most cases. But the goal is for us to be exhaustive to a greater extent than not, to be comprehensive, to ensure that our error of identification is so much minimized, so that we'll have confidence. And the question we had earlier in terms of generalizability, we'll have confidence to say this is what this topic, what is the evidence on this topic is. This is not a trivial task. It requires lots of energy. It requires careful articulations, discussions, and mapping out different strategies to do this. And that is why I have said here, you require your team that has been established from the beginning to continue to work on this. So we're interested in identifying all the potential sources where these studies that are published are, and to get out those studies from them. There are many sources today. Perhaps most of them you know, in the area of medicine, health, allied health, and so on and so forth. I still get background noise. Please mute your mic. Mute your mic once you come in, so that we, and because this is also recorded, so it's problematic if it's not clear when you listen to it again. Okay, so there are several. These are few of them I have listed here. There are several databases that published materials from medicine, health, and allied health. But once you have this, you are getting very, very close to identifying all the sources that are there. So you have Medline, you have Embase, and all these. You have Google Scholar. I remember one of the studies we did some years back. We searched all these databases, and there was one study we could only find in Google Scholar. That was strange, even though that study was published in Chinese, but it wasn't indexed in these databases. We found it only through Google Scholar. Google Scholar is not fantastic and developed as other databases, but it's useful to also search it when you do this, because in our own experience, we could only identify that study through this, and if we had not searched Google Scholar, we would have missed that study. So once you're doing a systematic review, please be comprehensive in the electronic databases that you search with regards to your topic. There are also unpublished or ongoing studies databases, meaning people might have started studies. Okay, people might have started studies and have registered their protocol. These two are where you have the three of these, where you have the trial registers, where they register ongoing trials, protocols of ongoing trials. You could use that to identify what is ongoing. And of course, you can contact the authors to ask if you could include their study that has not been published. Many times they are not interested, they don't want, because they want to publish it first. But when we do systematic review, sometimes because we find ongoing studies, we can have a session in the systematic review where we describe ongoing studies, to describe, based on the protocols we see here, what the studies are, what they are doing, and the need to integrate them in future when you do your update of your systematic reviews. We'll come back to updating in a few days' time. And there is also databases of conference abstract, because many times we go to conferences and present their results, and these do not end up being published. They just remain as conference abstract. So there are also platforms where you can search conference abstract to include. So the goal here is to include the clearly published studies as well as gray literature or unpublished or ongoing studies into your review. So yeah, I've mentioned this, the gray literature. And one aspect also is international experts or authors in the field. Once we do a systematic review, you'll be able to see that there are authors who are experts in that field. And what we do is, during the systematic review, we are able to, from the databases we have searched, make a list of them. And once we have screened our studies and we see that, okay, these are the studies to be included, we contact this expert, include the references of the studies we have so far found, and explain to them, we are doing this systematic review on this topic, and you are one of the experts. We have done a comprehensive search, but still we want to understand whether there are papers we have missed. You give them a list of that, and several of them are helpful. They go through the list, they come, oh, there is one study I know that you have not included, and they give you a hint to that. So the goal is to be exhaustive. The goal is to be comprehensive. The goal is that you're able to generalize to the topic you are dealing with. And also, once you have the studies you are including, the reference list of those papers is important. You go through the reference to see if there are studies there that are relevant you have missed. Of course, and searching several journals are published as paper journals, and then you can go through them to see. Yeah, ResearchGate, which most people belong today. Yeah, I have got some studies from there that you couldn't get from elsewhere. You contact the authors there in ResearchGate. Please, I have this your paper, but I can't have access to it. Can you please send me the full text? And then they also have, and Google can be good as well to search. Okay, how do we do this? Once we have developed the protocol or developing the protocol, we begin to think about the search strategy. We have identified the databases we want to search. Each database has its own way of indexing the papers, indexing topics. And so you develop a strategy of retrieving the papers from each journal. And this is quite important. And when I mention the information experts, the librarians, they are very fantastic in this aspect. This is their work. They help you to get this. They help you to develop very sensitive search strategies that can help you to identify those studies you're looking at. But in developing the search strategy, you still go back to the PICO or the question you have formed at the beginning. And that is why when I started, I emphasized that the question you have developed is the bedrock. How good you have formulated your question is very important because that follows you throughout the process. So now you take your protocol, you look at your questions again, you begin to dissect, okay, the different components. How do you deal with different components? What such strategies you use to deal with the different components? If, for instance, we are dealing with this PICO, we need to be clear of what the participants are, the intervention, the control, and the outcome. And the steps is that if these are children, we develop synonyms, different synonyms that are out there that represent children. And the reason is that people use children in different ways. Maybe offspring, maybe adolescents. If you're interested in the different particular group of children, like the example I gave when we are looking at the question formulation, look at children less than 5 years, and toddlers, or different kinds of synonyms that are used there. So you need to develop the synonyms that you use to describe the population or the participants. The abbreviations used, the different spelling variants used. You need to make a catalog of that. Like I said, it's database specific and what we call the medical subject heading or mesh terms. Each database has its own way of developing the mesh terms that are used. So for instance, if you talk about children, the databases have okay. I've muted that. So each database has the way it indexes and then uses the mesh terms. The strategies you develop should be highly sensitive and should be exhaustive. And doing this is an iterative process, so that you make it, you can pilot it and see how it works. You discuss it with your group, you pilot again, you discuss, depending on how many times it's working out or not, before you finalize and use it. Another thing is that in developing the search strategies of identifying the studies, there has also been development across the databases. People are thinking, okay, some of the mesh terms or some of the search terms we use do not give us exactly all we need. And so they have gone to these databases and developed what we call search filters. We have search filters for study designs. For instance, if you want to look at epidemiological studies, you have cohort studies, you have cross-sectional studies, you have case control studies, you have ecological studies, you have different kinds of studies. Or if you want to look at clinical trials, you have studies that we call them intervention studies, before and after studies, randomized control trials, clinical trials. In different ways they describe this. So if these links I've given here are different platforms people have developed such filters that will help you identify study designs specific to different databases. So you can, with the search strategy you have made, you can integrate the search filters into that in order to retrieve what you are actually looking at. Another thing you have to note is that when you search, be careful with time and language limit. Because that will affect your generalizability. Don't be quick to restrict what you're looking for in terms of time or date of publication or language. Think carefully about it with your team members and make an agreement. There are key concepts when you search. We have what we call the Boolean operators, the AND, the or the truncation or wildcards, parentheses, how you use this. These are things that are important, and we go through them in a bit. Yeah, let me look at Boolean operators. The AND, when you use AND, what happens is that you have two concepts and you want to find studies that have used these two concepts together. So you have concept A, you have concept B. And in the literature, you have many studies that have looked at concept A, B, and many studies have looked at concept A. But what you are interested is in studies that have looked at concept A in combination of concept B. And that would be a few of the studies that have looked at this. So when you use AND, you narrow your search to a group of studies that have included these two concepts together. For instance, you have child and you have head injury. If you search only child, you will not have head injury in it. But if you use AND, you combine these two. Okay. You have the Boolean operators OR. When you use AND, you narrow. When you use OR, you broaden. So you have concept A and you have concept B. When you use or, it means studies that have looked at concept A on their own, studies that have looked at concept B on their own, and studies that have looked at A and B combined. So all these are included. So you broaden the search. So for instance, you have child or pediatric or infant or adolescent. This all describe children. And this is quite important. And so you can see this as synonyms that describe child. I will come to the wildcards because here you have the wildcards here. Parentheses. Parentheses. So the brackets you have there. It allows you to combine concepts. We have this intubate and child or adolescent. What this means is that if you remove this here, this opening bracket here, what this does is that it searches this and this or this. But now you have this, what it tells the system is that search for this, keep it, then search for this or this, keep it, and then combine it with and. So it will be intubate and child or intubate and adolescent. So all those studies that fall within this will come here. Quotation marks. Yeah. You also have this. You see, emergency medicine versus emergency medicine. If you don't have these quotation marks here, what happens is that the system will search for any study that has this and any study that has this. If you put this here, what is telling this database is that retrieve for me only the studies that have these two terms combined in this way. And the system will understand that. So this, if you search this, you have a whole lot of papers, and you come, you cry, I can't deal with this. This is millions of papers. What do I do? Perhaps because you didn't specify specifically what you want. So if you put it like this, you see the amount will dramatically reduce a lot. Yeah, truncation, this white card here. Intubate. When you have this here, and then after T, what it tells the system is that retrieve for me any study that has this and any other word added to it. So it will include all this here. So this is short way. Instead of specifying all this in the search, you can just make this and it will include all this for you. Okay, this is what the protocol I showed you earlier. This is how this student framed this question. The question is, she was looking at the association between mothers exposed to psychosocial stress during pregnancy and whether that influences the development of allergy and asthma in the offspring. We have what is called a fetal programming. Those who work in this area, meaning that exposures before pregnancy have dramatic influence on the development of the fetus. And this development, whatever development that happens at the fetal stage of development, has potential to influence health in later life. That is an established phenomenon in medicine also. And that is why women who are pregnant or before pregnancy, you need to be careful. Those who drink, you need to throw that away. Those who smoke, you need to throw that away. Or those who have used drugs or who do heavy work, because exposures before or during pregnancy has potential to affect the health of the child, not only when it's in the womb, but can affect the health even in later life. So, and we have seen that one of our interests has been to know what are the prenatal factors that may influence the development of allergy and asthma in the child. That is one of the questions we ask or address in my research group. So she did a systematic review to look at studies that have investigated this question. And so in developing the search strategy, this is Medline search strategy. The concepts are teased out in different aspects, and you can see the way the combinations have been made. And so this is the prenatal, this is the pregnancy, mothers, and also the timing of the exposures, and this is the outcome, and then you can combine the search terms. So this is an example. In the protocol we have, I showed you earlier, she has made this quite clear. Okay, we can test this using PubMed. What she has done there was based on Medline, but we can use PubMed to look at how this works, and I can guide you through that. So what happens here is we have the topic here, and then the first thing we do is to break this topic into different concepts. We have the prenatal, maternal, this is the P, as well as the offspring can be included. So mothers and offspring can be the P, the participants. We have the exposure or intervention here, psychosocial stress. Of course, we don't have a clinical trial on this, so this is an exposure. And then we have the offspring and the outcome. The outcome is measured in the offspring, while the exposure is measured in the mothers during pregnancy. So the first thing you do once you get to the level of searching is to break the topic into different concepts. And you see how this works. When you break it, then step by step, you build a search strategy in a way to obtain the studies you are interested in. So the next slide, we have this repeated here, broken into using different colors. And the first concept is the prenatal, maternal stage. And so once we break the topic into different concepts, we collect search terms for each concept. So prenatal, maternal, we know pregnancy can be used. We also have pregnant, meaning that there can be pregnant. We can actually use this and exclude this. We have antenatal, some people call it, we have prenatal, we have prenatal care, and so on and so forth. So with this, we are confident that we are able to capture this concept. Psychosocial stress, which is the exposure. We'll have this. You see this, I will come back to this. This is a mesh term. That is why you have it in this way. It's a mesh term, I think, in PubMed or Medline, but I will come back to that and see. Then you have anxiety, you have distress, you have negative life events, you have negative life events, you have depression, bereavement, adverse life events, widow, and so on and so forth to describe this aspect. And as I mentioned, the psychosocial stress is on the mothers, while the outcome is on the offspring. So the offspring, you can have the synonyms or different search terms: infant, infancy, child, This will include children, adolescent, offspring, and then you have terms that describe the outcome. And so what is happening here is that first break the research question into different concepts, and within each concept, go and get the different terms that are used to describe that concept. The question you may have is that how do you do this? Yes, the mesh terms are in the databases. I will demonstrate that for you. But beyond the databases, you can just go to Google and you type prenatal. If you type prenatal, it will give you, there are different systems, dictionaries that have synonyms. You can just click there and see different synonyms that are used. Gather them, bring them together, and ask in your group experts. They can also make suggestion of key terms you can use. Gather all these in addition to the mesh term, and this is how you collect them, put them together, and develop them, and go to do the search. So having collected all the relevant search terms, defining each component of the topic or question, we perform the search, for instance, in PubMed, make the relevant combinations we do, export the results to a reference management system. This is the way it's done. And I know from places I have taught this course, sometimes the library services are not available for everyone. Sometimes even librarians do not have good training in doing this, but it's an expectation of what they should know. So for us, usually I will send my students to go to the librarian to work with them there, and they will help them to put these things together. And once they have learned the skills themselves, they do not bother the librarians anymore. They can just consult them. I have made this, can you check it for me? Because you can actually learn to do it. But always try to consult them, because you never know where you make mistake, and they can always find it for you and guide you through. So you perform the search, make the relevant combinations, and the next step from the database when you search is to export to a reference management system. Let me see what comes there. Now, so it's not break yet. I think we will make this more practical. So yeah, I've mentioned this before. I have some questions here. The protocols are in the Dropbox. Yeah, somebody has answered. Thanks very much. So what I will do now is we have to work on this. So what I will do is to ask you to work with me. This is what I will do now. If you go to, yeah, you can see my screen. I will send the link. I will send the link to you on the chat. Go to PubMed following this link and see how you can follow me. Let me. So you have this. So what I will do now is we will do a simple search. I think that will be sufficient to really guide you. We'll do a simple search. Let's combine concept 2 and 3. If you note this, it's the same thing throughout. So let's work on concept 2 and 3. I want to show you how you can develop this. Okay, so is everyone there? Is anybody having any challenge?
Yes, we're here. No challenge.
No challenge. Okay, so if you have opened this PubMed platform here, what you do now is, if you scroll down, you see here we have the mesh database. We can click this, and you see what I will do now. In the mesh, because PubMed has a way it has defined this concept. So we put, for instance, I want to look at stress. I want to look at stress. So if you type stress there and you search, it should be mesh here and stress. You type it. Somebody is not muted there, please. Okay, great. So what I said earlier was that this student looked at psychosocial stress, meaning that stress that comes from the social environment. So, and if you look at this, once you type stress, the mesh returns 579 terms that refer to this. But if you come here, it has an entry called stress psychological. This is exactly what we are looking at here. So it has a mesh term that describes this. And so we just click this here. So if we come here, mesh has different entries that describe how this is measured. But we're not interested in this because we don't know how the authors have defined it in their papers. So we want to be exhaustive enough, so we don't click anything here. But if you come here, you see the way it has listed the different ways this term can be used. And if you come down here, we have the psychological stress, which it has defined earlier to be stress wherein emotional factors predominate. So if we look at here, this is what PubMed has as a mesh term for psychosocial or psychological stress. If you look at here, you add to search builder like this, it will give you this as a mesh. Yeah, I have Rosalie. You have a question?
Hi, Bright. Sorry, can you quickly tell me what is the difference between PubMed by itself and mesh? Why do we go for mesh? I didn't get that part. Sorry.
Yeah, mesh is the full term is medical subject headings. If you submit a paper to publish, they will ask you to make a list of keywords.
Okay.
So some journals have actually restricted you from developing your own keywords. When you're submitting the paper, they want you to select specific keywords they have developed that match your paper. So once you select these keywords, they use these keywords. When they the journal sends the paper to PubMed, PubMed use these keywords to group your paper where it belongs. And so if somebody is looking for your paper falls into the group of words PubMed has used, and this fall into this medical subject headings that makes your paper retrievable easily within the context it fits in.
Thank you very much.
Did you get that?
Yes, I understand.
So if you go to Embase, Embase has mesh terms. If you go to CINAHL, CINAHL has mesh terms. So it's medical subject headings that describe the topic where your paper falls, and this goes across different databases.
Very much.
Okay, Beatrice, you have a question too?
No, it was a mistake. Thank you.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
That's okay. So now we have this, which I've shown you here. Once you put this in mesh, then you look for what describes your topic, and if you generate this, PubMed will give you the term, the mesh term. Yes, please. Is that David?
Yes, I didn't get this interface. Did I miss something?
If you go to the chat, you didn't get this interface. You mean?
No.
If I go back, this is how I got here.
Yeah.
So if you use the link I sent to you.
Yeah, I got here.
Here.
Number 7, yes.
Here.
Number 7, yes. Research, yes.
Yeah. Mesh database.
This was fine, yes.
And so you type stress.
Yeah.
And then you search this. It should bring you here.
Yes, that was fine.
Number and then 7. Number 7, you choose that.
Yes.
And it brings you here.
Yeah, when I choose number 7, I don't have this interface where I have the PubMed search builder. I don't have.
You don't have that?
No.
Oh, something is wrong.
Yeah, very interesting. Anyway, I'm fine. I'm fine. We can proceed, but I don't have this side. I don't have what you see on the left-hand side of the screen. I see only what you see on your right-hand side of the screen. I only see the left-hand side with the boxes to that.
Can you maybe expand your?
I did. I was
okay.
Yeah, but it's okay. Maybe something else. Yeah, some setting here. I'm sure.
You can also change the browser and see.
Yeah. Probably it could be the browser.
Yeah, you can see.
Yeah, because I'm using which one? Yeah, Safari. Okay. Yeah, it could be. Yeah. So please proceed. Yeah.
Okay. Any other question here before?
I wanted to say, can we say that mesh in medical terms can be related to what we call keywords?
Yeah, that's what I mentioned earlier.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. So PubMed we use, or the databases we use, the keywords that have appeared in your paper and put them where they belong in the mesh, so that those papers can be identified in those areas. So once you have that topic, you look for the mesh term in PubMed or in the respective databases you are. And so, as I've explained earlier, what I have said was that in addition to the mesh term, there are other terms you can get out from Google search, from expert suggestion, that we call them keywords. The keywords that some people might have used them to describe because the keywords you use informs PubMed where to put it, and sometimes you may use the keywords not in the right way. You may select the wrong keyword. So we collect different kinds of keywords in order to ensure that we have this paper and these studies. Okay, so what happens here now is you have identified the mesh. The next step you do is, you see here, once we selected the mesh in the previous windows, it records here. But it is not only mesh that PubMed searches. If you look here, it searches different kinds of things. And publications related to medicine, it's stored in PubMed here. This is where it's stored. So go here and change it to look for PubMed and change it to PubMed. If you change it to PubMed, click search here. Yeah, click search. It returns you back to this place. And you can see here, search PubMed. Now, we want to develop our search strategy. And usually that works well with advanced search. So click this advanced. It takes us to this window where PubMed builds the search for you. We go here, we copy and paste what I've taken before, stress, comma, psychological, and mesh in brackets. You get that? And so what I would do is, this may not work for you because you may not have this there. Okay, so yeah, let me bring this like this. Okay, sorry. What I want to do is to copy this here. You can see here, what I want to do is I have this. I want to copy this like this. Because these other words are the keywords I have gotten from other sources. And so once I have the mesh term from PubMed, I can put this like this here. And once I have done this, click this. Search. Once you do this, you see what it has retrieved. 853,824 papers that have looked at any of these index in PubMed. Okay. What I do is I go back to this. And so in the advanced search builder, you have this now indicated here, the results, the time it was searched, and the search numbers, for instance. So I have searched the first concept I said I will search here. I said we'll do number 2 and number 4. If you go to, you do the same thing for this. You go repeat for asthma, for instance. For the mesh term, you find the mesh term in PubMed, then you do the same thing. But what I will do now is just to copy this for the sake of time. You will see how this goes once you start your own project so that you see what is happening here. So I go here and I put this here. I put this here and I search. And it has retrieved 633,898. That is what we have. I go back to advanced because now I have searched the 2 concepts. I need to combine them. The first one I search is this, add to query. It has added it here, and I need to combine it with number 2. And so when I click here, it's asking me, how do I want to add it? With and, with or, with not. I want to add it with and, because I want to know those children who have had psychological stress and have had asthma or allergy. So I combine this like this. So if you do that, PubMed builds it in a nice way for you. From here to here includes the terms that describe psychological stress, and from here to here includes the terms that include the outcome. So I search again here. Yeah. So this is what I get. It gives me 15,668 papers. Yeah. So I repeated this, but it's not necessary. So now this is what we have. This is exactly what we have. The papers that we need to include in the systematic review. 15,666. And you can see the enormous amount of papers coming on this topic. If we had combined prenatal, as we had before seen, If we had combined offspring, child, this number will reduce, but we didn't combine those. We just did these two. If you're doing it in reality, you have to combine those ones. Just to show you. Then if this is the final combination, the search or the number of studies you want to include, what you do is you click here and it brings you to this window. And now we have searched this in PubMed. What we do is we would like to take this to the system, reference management system will be doing the screening, which the next thing will be doing. Because once we have searched and identified, the next thing is to pick out those studies that actually address, because this 15,666, more than 90% of them would not fit our study. More than 90% of them. Sometimes it can even be up to 95%. Yes, Posi, you have a question?
Yes, thank you very much. One thing I want to bring to attention is from previous understanding of systematic review.
Your line is really bad.
There's always a timeline. How do we cater for timeline?
Yeah, so I have mentioned before the discussion of timeline limiting with regards to time, discussion of any limit you make. Language should be a discussion you have with your group. You have to decide that. Here, we have not made any decision with regards to timeline. But if you want to do that, PubMed has that. So here it includes studies that have been indexed from the time PubMed indexed studies from 1934 until this year. So if, for instance, you want to look at studies published in the last 5 years, you can look at up to 2015, like this, yeah. And this number will change. You see, it's 5,010. If you are interested in making that. If you want to limit it to article types, you can select the ones you are interested in. For instance, we are not interested in meta-analysis, we are interested in primary studies only. So if you're interested in clinical trials, you can also use this in terms of timeline to make the restriction, but here we use this button they have here. So I hope Posi can see that, but you need to make that decision with it. And when you're doing your project, which you will start today, you need to also take this into account to discuss, do you need to make a timeline in your listing? And so we click the save button because we need to take this to the system we would be doing the screening. And so we take all results and summary. And as I've told you, we will be using Rayan. And I hope you all have Rayan signed up to now, because in the next session, we'll be looking at using this. So I will create this file, and then I will send this to you, and then we can use that for the next session. And so I create file, I will save it here. You see, it has come. And I will save it. And yeah, 2 people are raising their hands. Can you speak, please? Posi and David. Posi, can you go ahead then?
Oh, the hand has been raised right from time. I think that's an error.
Okay.
Okay.
I have an issue. Yes. Right. I think this is very critical here, and also for even persons who may not proceed to systematic review, but also very good for our graduate students on this platform and ourselves for research of literature. But the interface between the mesh and the PubMed, I missed something a little bit there.
Yeah.
Where we go to the mesh and where we come to PubMed.
Yeah, I can go that. I can go through that for you.
Yes.
So I think I have to go back again.
While you are searching, in other words, why do we go to mesh and then come to PubMed?
Yeah. So what you did when you go to mesh was to get the words PubMed or the key terms PubMed has used to index that topic.
Okay.
You can't just use the keywords we have gotten from other sources.
Yeah.
You have to remember that PubMed also has its own way it has indexed those papers.
Exactly.
And so you don't want to miss that, because if you use the keywords only you have gotten from other sources, you miss the way PubMed has actually done it. So you need to put them in combination.
Okay.
And so we'll go to mesh to get the keywords PubMed has used. And once we get, so the mesh here, the mesh interface is to get those keywords. Once you have gotten the keywords here, which I showed here, you get this. And so you copy it here.
Yeah.
This is what you're looking for.
Yeah.
And then you change this, because where you do the search to retrieve the papers is not in mesh interface, it's in the PubMed. So you click here once you change it, and it takes you back to this place.
Yeah.
And once you come here, go to the search builder, which you find in advanced interface.
Yeah.
And that is where you now put the mesh term and then bring other search terms you have gotten from other sources to combine there.
Yeah. Unfortunately, my browser was failing me, but Google works very well. Safari doesn't work very well on this, but Google is working very well. Google Chrome.
Good.
But yeah, the issue I was asking, when we went and we picked a mesh, could we have, if we assuming we picked another classification or whatever we call it, what would have happened?
Yeah. So what you do is, I share this with you. You have to, for instance, get a Word document.
Yeah.
So once we have this mesh here. Yeah. If, for instance, we are trying to get papers on anxiety, we look for mesh term for anxiety.
Yeah.
We'll come here, we have this, or we bring the mesh here. So use a Word document to build the searches first. So retrieve all the mesh and build the searches. If it requires, or you put it and build the searches. And so once you have done this, you actually copy all of them and then go to the PubMed interface, put it there and search it.
Great. Yeah, that's okay for now. I think we can. Yeah,
okay.
But I was thinking where maybe you missed my question a little, but where we went to the mesh database and we got a mesh term. There were other classifications like all databases, Assemble, bio collection, bio project, bio sample, whatever.
Yeah,
so I'm thinking that why mesh and not any of these other ones?
Because the mesh term is where the medical
okay, references are. So these are for other subjects.
Yeah, there are other subjects, but in terms of health, medicine,
public health, yes. Public health should be this one. Okay. Okay.
Right. Can I ask something?
Yes, please.
Is there any difference to include just the stress, psychological stress in between commas, or include it between commas with the mesh?
No. You see, so that is why we copy and pasted. You can't do it. You can't do it in a way PubMed has not recommended. You have to follow what they have recommended. So this is the way PubMed generates the mesh here.
Okay, so it's better to include the mesh, but instead of including just the word in between commas.
No, you can't do it any other way. That is the way PubMed does that. You can't.
Because in your PowerPoint, you have stress psychological between commas. So you can copy it and put it in as a word, but in this example, we have included as a mesh.
Yeah, so because there it was, I said that the students search Medline.
Okay.
The students search Medline. If you take this if you take this to Medline, Medline will give you an error that it doesn't accept this. But in PubMed, PubMed allows you to put this. This is what you have to put because PubMed understands that this is a mesh term.
Okay, and why don't you include a mesh term for anxiety or for distress, for example?
Yeah, because these are not mesh terms. These are terms I have gotten from different, or when I have read some papers, I discovered that people use anxiety, people use distress as synonyms of stress. So the point is that you get the mesh term and then you get the synonyms of that term from other sources. And the goal is to have exhaustive search of the topic.
Okay, I have got another question. Sorry, can you go to the PowerPoint, please?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, in prenatal, you put between two truncation marks. It was a mistake. What it means really? In red ones, the red line. Yeah,
this
there.
one.
Yes.
Yeah.
Why did you put between two truncation marks?
Yeah, this is a mistake. It should be this.
Ah, okay. Thank you. Sorry.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Does anyone have question there? Or otherwise, I will send you out to break. What I will do now is I have saved the search. I will put it on the chat platform so that when you come there, you can download it because we are using it in the next session. And please, one thing is that to make it easy, because some of you did not come into the Zoom today with the emails you have used. So the pre-session settings I have made to put you in the groups are disorganized. So whenever you leave the system and you log out, you leave the forum, it disorganizes it. So when we go for a short break like this, you can remain, you can just mute yourself and just remain in the system so that you remain in your group. Otherwise, we have to start all over again. Okay, let's come back 40 and start again.
Thank you very much, Bright. Great job. Thank you.
Yeah, bro. My phone went off, so I got to. He said I should start next week Monday. Is that? Yes, yes, I should come next week Monday. When you are done. Were you able to do the this thing, the contribution? Yeah, Dr. Waken and Dr. Manuel, they all send their money, but I didn't hear it. Is that? No, but you were supposed to tell us whether you do or not. We were not supposed to call you again. But you said you were doing some calculation and then you get back to us. So we cannot be pressing you. So you were supposed to get back to us. So you wouldn't be able to take part. Is that?
Can you mute your mic, please?
I couldn't hear you. Okay. The whole thing was yours. We came with a suggestion. You were supposed to get back to us. The same 1,500. So what should I tell the work and then the other group? Okay, so all right. Sure. Yeah. Yeah. Professor. Eddie. Hello. I have muted it. So mute here, for example, this thing comes now, for example.
Yeah, it's you. When you're talking, I can hear. We, I have unmuted mine, so if you can hear it, then it means maybe you should check from your end because I'm taking it off, and if I take it off, you're not supposed to hear.
Okay. Not sure if everyone is back, but we can continue for the sake of time. So, nay. Okay, so let's continue. I hope so far.
Coloque só o da mãe, porque eu tive mesmo que reiniciar.
Let me get this. Okay, so now I hope nothing is confusing for you until this time. We're still following the process. Just to remind you that we are still within here, identifying the studies that are eligible. What we have done in the previous session was to search the databases, and the goal is to be exhaustive. But we have demonstrated what you can do using PubMed. You can adapt this to searching the other databases that eventually you will include in your systematic review. But we focus on PubMed here. I think once you begin to dirty your hands with your own group project, you begin to see how this feels in reality. But now,
Sorry, I have a question.
Yes, please.
I'm sorry. Must you include, what is the limit of the databases that you're supposed to access?
So the goal is to be exhaustive.
Okay, so the more, the merrier.
Yeah, the more the merrier. Not the merrier. I'm not sure in what context, but I know that, of course, the more you include, the more papers you have, the amount of work increases. But in terms of having at the back of the mind that the goal is to generate evidence that will help to guide our decisions, so it needs to be exhaustive and comprehensive. So as much databases that are there relevant to your topic, you should search them. Okay, so we assume now that we have done exhaustive search. We have, let me see anybody still. I think the mic is not muted, please. Let's keep to that. Let's keep to that. We are actually recording this so that it's not interrupted so much. Okay, we have done the search exhaustively, and we of course will have many papers. Like I said before, usually more than 90% of these papers will not meet the criteria. Please, if you come in mute. Okay. So we see that once we get those papers, we'll have papers that are potentially eligible to be included and papers that are not eligible to be included. Only small amount of the papers we have searched will be eventually included. The next stage we undertake is to do what we call screening. We need to screen it to remove the papers that are not eligible and include the papers that are eligible. And we can't do this within PubMed we have searched. There is still a background noise. Somebody has the mic open, please. Remember to mute your mic. Okay, thanks. Okay, so we need to carefully go through this. Not in PubMed because PubMed does not offer us the possibilities to do that. Yeah, please mute when you come in. It's very important so that time is flying. Okay, so we need to take the literature we have found to reference management system, and there are several of those. Some are web-based, some you can download them. You have things like EndNote, you have things like RefWorks, and you have Rayan. You have different systems that are there. Systems have their own functionalities and how they work. EndNote has been the main base for a long time, but the new ones, RefWorks, EndNote, you need subscription. But Rayan is quite free, and it's really hitting hard because many people are preferring that now. It gives you different tastes, especially when you are doing collaborative reviews. You have several people, you can all participate in that using the same system. So that is why I thought being free and the functionalities it has that are quite appealing nowadays for us to use that. And you can use that in going forward when you want to do your own review. So the first thing we do is to export what we have retrieved from PubMed to the reference management system. So we want to ensure that all the relevant studies are included and the irrelevant ones are excluded. And there are stages in doing this. So this is where the systematic review, as you can see, the process is enhanced by the systematic way of doing it. The team is there working, and the search, once the search strategy is developed, one person can do the search and export those to the reference management system. But from the time you export those to the reference management system, then from there on, it needs to be done by at least 2 persons independently. In our first search of PubMed of the topic we had there, we had 15,666 papers. And once we reduce that in the last 5 years, as a result of POSI's recommendation, we have 5,010 papers. So going forward, to screen, to identify the studies we're including in our systematic review, these 5,010 papers need to be screened independently. If you have 2 people, independently by each person. So one person does the 5010, another person does the 5010. The goal is that to ensure we are doing things transparently. And so at least 2 people should be doing it. You may search the literature and you find out some systematic reviews that have are authored by one person. Once you see a systematic review like that, then you know that it's not right. You can't call that a systematic review because it's more likely that one person will be biased in the decisions made. So it must be done by one person in order to increase reproducibility and transparency of the process. So it should be explicit the way you screen your literature, to screen to get the papers. And as I mentioned earlier, you see that the definition of the question, the exclusions and inclusion criteria you have used in your protocol follow you up until this time, because that will now guide you on which studies do I include, and your exclusion criteria, your review question will guide you to know which studies are relevant, which studies are not relevant. So it's very important to get the questions right and to have your protocol developed in the right way. So the process should be explicit, objective, it should be documented, yeah, and it should be reproducible. We'll come to that. Yeah, I've said this before, all decisions based on the criteria specified in the protocol. Any modification, like we said, for instance, review time, one of the systematic reviews we did, I was describing before for the European Academy of Allergy and Clinical Immunology. We had a time frame. We need to do this before we can proceed to the aspect of developing the guideline. So the goal was to get studies across the world. But once we set database, we discovered that it was so huge that with time frame we have, we could not do that. And we do not have the funding to recruit people to do that. So what we did was to go back to those who commissioned this to say that really the time frame here perhaps needs to be reduced so that we can manage to finish this within the time we are required to do it. So instead of, for instance, doing it till whenever the database started, we limited to a particular time. For instance, during the last 10 years, during the last 5 years, during the last 20 years, you can make those kind of restrictions. And one other thing was that even when we did that, the amount of papers were also very huge. So we agreed, instead of doing it for the whole world, we limit it to only Europe. And of course, the guideline will apply to Europe only. So you could make some modifications at this time, but this needs to be documented. So the first stage of the literature screening is to remove the duplicates. I've not, well, nowadays I don't do this quite anymore. Some other colleagues and students help me to do this. So before Rayan came, I used to use EndNote to do this. And when I use EndNote has a button. When you export the papers to EndNote, you have a button. You need to identify the duplicates and click the button, and it removes the duplicate. And the duplicates come in this way. Because we have searched only PubMed, you may not see duplicates there. But when you search different databases, you will see duplicates that will come, because one study indexed in one database will, in most cases, be indexed in other databases. So you have the duplicate. You have to remove those duplicates before you start the actual screen. And so it is the duplicated pile of papers that the reviewers will now work on. So once you have done that, that is stage one, remove the duplicate. The second stage is that you need to have a quick screening by titles and abstracts. Some of the studies are quite clear when you look at the title for you to remove them. If, for instance, you are doing a study that is looking at a particular thing in sub-Saharan Africa, and then in the literature search, you have a study that is looking at that particular issue in Southeast Asia. From the title, you know, this does not fall within my review. You just remove it. Sometimes the title is not obvious, and so you look at the abstract. So the abstract will give you an indication, a more detailed indication than the title. So it's either you do the first stage here is to do it by titles or by abstract or combination of both. And this is quick. But once you do this, sometimes the abstract too may be even more confusing than the title. Sometimes people have weird ways of really reporting what they have done. The reporting of scientific papers nowadays is really problematic, even when there are lots of recommendations of how to make these things quite easy. People do it in their own way and even make it more difficult. So the abstract and the titles eventually don't help you to make a decision. And once that happens, here it says it's better to err on the side of over-inclusion at this stage. So if it's not clear from the title and abstract, don't exclude, include it, because you have the next stage of the screening as well. And that next stage is that from this title or abstract screening, most of the papers will go. Sometimes 80% of the papers, even 90% of the papers will go. Then you have a smaller number of papers that either not clear for you to exclude them or are clear for you to include them. And so once you have done this, each person, as I said, is doing this on the same pile, another person is doing this on the same pile. What you do now is, once you have concluded title and abstract screening, both of you will meet. Both of you will meet together to discuss your screening at this stage. And then you will compare what you have excluded between each of you and what you have included. So sometimes you may have disagreement. Of course, that is allowed. It's not a fist fight. It's a disagreement of peers. Happily, oversight may come in there, or it's understood in different ways. You should discuss it to find a consensus. Sometimes consensus are quite easy. Oh, yeah, you're right. Yeah, let's include this. Oh, well, this is what I think. Okay, let's exclude that. But if no consensus, you have an arbitrator, and in this arbitrator is maybe a more senior colleague who understands the literature or understand the topic, and look at the paper and advise you whether it should be included or not. Okay, so I have put this in this format so that it's easy for you. This is the first stage of screening by titles or abstract. Reviewer 1 is doing the same thing. Reviewer 2 is doing the same thing, for instance. And then you meet and you discuss this. Most of the papers are excluded. You record the number of papers excluded. And some of the papers are included. You record the numbers that are included. The second stage of the review is now of these numbers that have been included, you need to look at them in full text because it wasn't clear from the abstract or titles. And some of them that were clear may also be that once you examine them in full detail, you may find that they do not meet your criteria. So the full text screening is done by reviewer 1 independently and reviewer 2 independently. And once you have finished this, you come together again to discuss the papers at this stage that were excluded. You take notes and the papers that were included. At this stage, let me start from here. The papers excluded do not need, you don't need to record the reasons. You don't need to record because it's obvious that they don't meet the review criteria. But once you have looked at the full text, the papers excluded need to have reasons why you have excluded it once the full text has been looked at. So at this stage, stage 2, indicate the reasons for exclusion and then take forward the papers that you agree that should be included. And it is this last green line here or green box that has those papers that we agree should be included in the review. And these are the papers that will be included. These papers, like I said earlier, are the papers you now get the list of those papers. You check the reference list of those papers to see if you identify other papers, and then you make that list and identify experts in the field and send to them to say, this is what we are doing. We have these papers. Do you think we have missed any, or you think there's something you can add to that? So that is how that works. In doing the screening, as you can see here, I've given you this flow chart of how it goes. This will be helpful for you for your project, or you can take this in doing your own semantic review in the future so that you know how this works. But as I mentioned earlier, you have the Prisma. The Prisma P was for the protocol. The Prisma is for the semantic review itself. And in Prisma, they have a flow chart, how you can document the screening process. And that is what we have here. This is an example. You have the database searches. You have done different databases. You record for each database what you have done. This is all the papers you have retrieved and it's distributed to the different databases. And then they got additional records from other places, say through dissertations. This may be through experts. This may be through the references of the papers included. And you put this here, you remove the duplicate, and this is the amount of papers included after the duplicates have been removed. And it is this number of papers that each person screens. And once you have done the title and abstract screening, this number of papers were removed from here, and they have 50 papers that were eventually included after title or abstract screening. And these papers were screened for full text, and once they have looked at the full text of these 50, this number were removed. And finally, they have 18 studies that were included. Okay. Yeah, so do you have any questions so far? Yes, I have two hands. Who is going first? I can see.
Hi, this is Rosalie. Bright, just a quick question. I just want to double check what you just said about the screening. So these two researchers should be doing exactly the same thing from the beginning until the end, right?
Yeah, from the screening stage.
Okay. Okay.
So when you have developed in your team, when you have developed the search strategies, and you are happy with that, one person can search the databases and retrieve the papers. It doesn't need to be done by two persons.
Okay.
And then once you have retrieved the papers, one person can also take it to the reference management system and remove the duplicates and record the number of duplicates removed from the pie that was searched. And then once the duplicates are removed, the person will distribute. If, for instance, you have this number after duplicates removed, the person will give this number to reviewer 1 and give this number to reviewer 2. And each of them will be doing the same thing.
Okay.
Yeah. And then once you have finished this stage, you come together to discuss and then you proceed in that way.
Okay.
Yeah. Who was the second person that raised your hands, please?
I'm here. Just a tiny one. Before we went on a short break, you were saying you were going to send something to us.
Yeah, yeah, sorry. I put it there. I put it in the chat. Maybe a lot of chats have come.
Wow. Okay, I'll check.
Yeah, you can check it, or I can also send it again.
Okay. Okay.
I can send it now so that you can all see it.
That's okay.
Okay, sorry.
Thank you. Sorry, I was not.
No problem. So it is coming now. Okay, any other question?
Yes, I have a question, please.
Yes, please.
All right. Just suppose you have a research team where they have enough authors, and somehow they decide to do a crossover form of screening, so that, you know, researcher A screens this, does his own screening, and then he also looks at what the other person does. Does it will it affect quality?
So I don't get your question clearly, but what you're asking is it that you have many authors?
Yes, you have enough authors who are
ready to
checking
screen
on each other.
Well, if you have many authors, if I give you an example, I have this student who is working on her systematic review she's doing, but her second reviewer has become quite busy, and so she doesn't have a second reviewer to screen for her or do the data extraction. So anyway, I have contacted some colleagues and who have indicated interest. So instead of having one person to join her, I actually got 3 people to join her. And so now there are 4 of them. And so if, for instance, she has 100 papers to screen, to make it efficient, what she could do is to divide the 100 into 2. So one pair of them, so 2 people screening 50 and the other 2 screening 50.
Okay.
So it reduces the amount of work she would have done earlier, because they have a number of people that are doing this. So it could be in that way, if that is what you're asking. But you don't need to jump from place to
yes,
check,
that's clear.
to check the other person. You should have a clear format of how you want to do this. So, but the minimum is that 2 people will be doing the same pile of screening.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Any other question?
Can I ask a question?
Yeah, please.
I have a problem now. For me, it's very difficult. How can I know that is really a duplicate of the work, to exclude the duplicates?
Yeah, so what happens is that your question is very relevant, because we frequently encounter this. Once you have searched PubMed, search Medline, or search Embase, search Web of Science, search Scopus, and then you get these papers from these different sources, and you export the papers to EndNote. EndNote has a functionality that detects Because, for instance, if you get the paper from PubMed and it has the author's name, it has the title, so it uses that functionality to identify that this paper you got from PubMed has the same title as the paper you got from Embase. And so it detects it as a duplicate. Of course, it's a duplicate. But EndNote functionality of identifying duplicates is identifying exact duplicates. So it has to be exact. It doesn't have the functionality to identify duplicates that may not be exact. For instance, if a database indexes the paper by last name and first name abbreviation, is different from another database indexing that paper as first name abbreviation and last name in full, or first name in full and last name in full. So once you have this kind of differences, EndNote will not find it to be duplicate because of, so it has to be exact. So that is why EndNote, even when it removes duplicates, once you begin the screening process, you manually may find that there are some other duplicates that are there. So you remove them manually. But to an extent, EndNote will help you to remove those ones that are exact duplicates. So your work is done to an extent at that stage, but be aware that because EndNote does not have functionality for exact for non-exact duplicates, you may find duplicates when you screen, and the duplicates are coming from the fact that you're searching different databases that perhaps are indexing the same journals.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
And if you don't use EndNote, and for instance, you use Mendeley for reference management.
Yeah, all of them have functionality for duplicate. It depends on what level they actually identify those duplicates.
Okay.
Yeah, so you find there
because Mendeley is a free system, and I use it.
Yeah, Mendeley. Yeah, there's another one that people use.
Thank you.
Yeah. Any other question? Otherwise, the file I sent to you, we can put it into practice. So what I will do now is to take you to, I hope you all have registered with Rayan. Please sign in to your Rayan. If you have not signed in, then I will guide you on how we do this. Yeah, the file is just posted. The file is just on top of your chat. Just see it there. CSV stress psych set. I hope everyone finds. Yeah, please.
Sorry, I have a problem to install Ray. I don't know the name. The Ray.
You don't need to install it. You just register online. It's a web-based system.
Because I have a Mac, and it said that I must change the security of the.
You have a Mac, okay. So then it's I can't help you in that.
Mark, Bright, I also had Mac.
Yeah.
And you can just, I think something pops up, so you can just change, and then after that you change it back. So you just change the security to allow you to, then after you change it back.
Okay.
Yeah, I also have Mac, but I've done that.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Yeah, is here. I think some people are saying they can't access that. So what I will do now is to send it to your emails so that you can get that. Okay, so if you don't have it there, you can see it there. Now you can see my screen, isn't it?
Yes. Yes, we can.
Okay, so you have exactly the same. And so now you are trying to start your screening. You're trying to start your screening. So you need to create a new review here. So we can say African Scholars 2020. Yeah, you can use something to describe it here. And then we create. Okay. And on your right side, you can see instructions of how Rayan deals with different databases, different file formats that come from different places. Now it shows you here it can handle this different files. So what we do is that we have saved our file as CSV, and I can just get this here, and you can see it's downloading it, and so you can do that for yourself using the file I sent now. So you can see it has downloaded this. Then I can continue here. So it has downloaded this here. You can see it's working here. Okay. Some questions? So somebody is lost in Rayan. So that is Eman. Have you signed in? Eman, have you signed in? Okay. Yeah, Rosalie.
Right. Sorry, can you just repeat how did you import the
Yeah.
Excel documents to the, sorry, I didn't see it.
Yeah. So I can go here and I can
okay.
I can get this and delete this and start from the beginning. Yeah, so when you sign in, this is where you come. And
Okay.
you can see here I have reviews of my own, the ones I'm collaborating or whatever is there, other reviews. But now I need to create a new one. And I said you can just give it a title like this. And here, once you do that, you create. You can give it different descriptions.
Okay.
What you create here.
Okay. After the creation.
Yeah, so now you have created and you can import what you have searched in PubMed. Already you have saved it somewhere in your system. And so you can select and it's bringing it up here.
Okay. Okay. I'll try that now. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Hello?
Yes, who's speaking?
Yes, I have signed into Ryan, and the document you sent, the CSV Express, should I copy it entirely and paste?
No, no. If you sign there, have you created your project, the review?
Okay,
You have a button there. You click New Review.
Okay.
Click it, then you give it a name.
Okay.
And create.
Okay.
Once you create, you come to the interface where it says New Search for Review, whatever name you have given it.
Okay.
And under Upload References, you select Files.
Okay. So
And then when you select files, you need to look for that file where you have saved it in your computer and select it. Then it begins to upload it.
Okay.
And that is where we are now. Once it has fully uploaded, you can see the green button. Then we need to continue. Yes, Urban.
So I've done the wrong thing. Okay.
Hello, sir. Dr. Bright.
Yes, is that Urban or
Adewumi?
Adewumi, okay.
Okay, so I've been able to download it. So do I click continue or I should hold on?
Yeah, I'm just holding on now because the question's coming. Otherwise, you can continue. It's the next thing we do now to continue.
Okay. Okay.
Dr. Bright, Prof.
Yes,
Hello?
sir. Yep.
I've under the right hand side, where exactly do I click to download, to bring up that thing? The file that you sent us. I've gotten to the right side as migration guides. There's a lot of things there, but I can't seem to see where to click.
Yeah, it should be on the left side. You see, you have upload references on top there.
Oh, okay.
So under it, you have select files.
Okay.
So
okay,
if
so I
you
should click
click the select files,
okay.
Then you have the you have to select the file where you have saved it in your computer.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir.
And then it automatically uploads. And once the green line is there, then you just see to continue. Yes, Urban has a question too. Okay, we can click this to continue. And then once we have done that, you can see that it is done here. There are different, you can see all the more than 5,000 papers are here now. And on the left side, Rayan is giving you some information. One is that it detected 2 exact matches, meaning that there are duplicates that exact. So we can click this and find these 2.
Sorry, sir, which one are we clicking? I'm sorry to interrupt, sir.
On the left side. Do you see my screen?
Yes, I can see your screen. So I can minimize mine. Or do I need to interface with mine also?
Yeah, you can do what I'm doing, but you need to see where I'm clicking there.
Okay, sir.
Yeah, so on the left side, once you have gone to this interface I have on the left side, on top there, it's duplicates here.
Okay.
Inclusion decisions, search methods, and so on and so forth. Ryan gives you all this nice summary of what is happening. So here it says exact matches, and it says there are two.
Yeah, two.
And so if you click these two, because once you have done the duplicates, or if you have papers from different databases and you are including them here, Rayan will automatically find that there are duplicates. And here it says there are two papers that are exact matches. And then if you click here, it will show you those two papers, and they are here. And once we look at this, we see that they are not actually duplicates. You can see from their titles and from their authors, we see. So Rayan does not also have this fantastic duplicate detection, but it could be a guide for you so that you don't exclude any study that is supposed to be included. So now what it has done here, it's we can put this perhaps say include.
I think I've missed the step.
Okay, so I return back to this. You miss a step. You just need to click here, and it brings us to this window where you have all those studies now included. And so if you come here to this place, what you can do is you do the screening here. But let me go back here, something I want to see. Okay, so what I have done here, let me click show so that you go back here. So you are all here. You are all here now.
Yes, sir.
So, and I hope these are clear for you. If you go here, on the right side, all reviews, on the top right there.
Okay, same, sir.
So all reviews, you click that, and it brings you to this window interface here where you actually you created the project before. So on top of it, it shows you that the project you have created. And so if you click this project here now, it brings this down. What it has done here is that it gives you opportunity. If you want to go back to the other interface where you do the screening itself, you click here. Otherwise, if you have other people that will be working on this, you may have your second reviewer and you may have your arbitrator, somebody who arbitrates your decisions in case you have disagreement between your second reviewer. Then you click here to invite the person. You understand? So your second reviewer is the collaborator, and you put the email of the person here and perhaps give a reason. Then you invite the person. So what happens is that this person receives the email of this project and can sign into this project to work on the screening. Okay, I'm not inviting anybody. If you want to delete the project, you go here. But now let's go back to this interface. And what you do is now you can do the screening here. If you click any study, and so once you have invited the person, the collaborator, is automatically blinded. The person will see whatever is happening here, and you will see also this, but it's automatically blinded that you don't see what the person is doing, and the person doesn't see what you're doing until you go through this. So for instance, the first paper, if I want to include it, I say I include it, and it shows here that I have included it. The second paper, if I want to say exclude, I click here, it's excluded. So it gives this colors to show. Maybe is this one. It shows me that I have not decided. So this 5,000 papers, I go through them on my own, and the other person is also going through that. And once you have invited the person and you have all screened, well, both of you have screened, then you can remove the blinding, and you people can now see what the other person is doing, and you can now discuss the process. Is that clear?
Sir, I have a question, sir.
Yes, please.
Please, at what point did you include the blinding, and how did you do that? I didn't get that, sir.
Yeah. When you, let me go to here.
All reviews, okay.
Yeah. When you send the email to the person, when you invite the person here, automatically the person is blinded.
Oh, okay, sir. Okay, sir.
So once you are screening, it will now ask you when you want to remove the blinding.
Okay, sir.
So when the person receives the email, it automatically blinds the person.
Okay. So at what point do you now unblind the person?
Once you have done it independently, each of you
Yeah.
are say, okay, we are finished now.
Like, oh, okay.
So you can unblind it,
Okay.
so that you can see what you can also unblind it from the beginning if you want to be seeing what others are doing, but that is not very helpful. It can influence what you are doing, you know. So you can remove the blinding at the end of the screening process. Yeah, Urban. Does Urban have a question?
We can quickly try that out to see if.
Okay, so I think what happens here now is that this is where we have come to today in terms of the class discussions. The next thing now you have to do is the group work. So let me rectify the breakout rooms. Yeah, David, you have something to say?
That's right. Just a few quick ones here. Yeah, so this one, we search one database.
Yeah.
And that is what we exported here.
Yeah.
If we search several databases, do we have to, how do you call it, add it to the same Excel file, or we can upload different Excel files and to combine it together here to screen?
Yeah, you can combine them together. You can upload them one after the other.
One after the other, the same way, just like
Yes.
select file and then upload.
Yes, so if you, for instance, if you go to Scopus, and you can see from Rayan there, it uploads different file formats.
Okay.
So if you go to Scopus and then you search, you have to export it using the file format that Rayan is conversant with.
Okay.
Then it will bring it there.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Okay, is someone else having a question?
Yeah, yes, I do have a question.
Yes, I have a quick question.
Yeah, the first person was?
I wasn't sure. I didn't see who was the first.
Job. Is that Job?
Hello?
Okay, let's go with Job first. Huh?
Okay.
Let me see what is, if it's what I can talk to you.
Yeah, Job, I hear you. You have a question? Okay, Rosali, you can go ahead.
So my question was, I'm a little bit behind. Where it shows 2 exact matches means they are duplicates, right?
Yeah.
So, but when I click in each one of them, they are clearly different in terms of title and even authors.
Yeah, so that is why I said that Rayan also is not fantastic in this. So you have to check it yourself to ensure that it is right.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And how do I take them off from the duplicate section?
So you can, when you click the paper, you have the buttons down there to include them. You
Okay.
understand? Yeah.
Oh, I see. I see. Okay. Can I? Okay. Thank you very much. Thanks.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah. Who is
Sorry.
asking?
Let me just quickly button. I feel this Rayan is a very important tool when it comes to systematic review, and I feel that a lot of things needs to be understood. My question is, are we going to get a specific session dedicated towards understanding how to use this Rayan better?
No.
Or this is all we need to know?
Yeah, this is all you do and fail here. But one thing is that if you go to YouTube, there are sessions that cover all this. So if you want to know more, you go to YouTube and they have explained step by step how Rayan works.
All right, thank you
The
very
different
much.
aspects. We are not going to cover this, otherwise we don't have time to do that.
All right, thank you very
But
much.
go to YouTube if you want to learn more. There are many videos out there for different, not only Rayan, if you're using other platforms that explain the different things. Yes, there are other hands. Okay, so please, I will now put you to your different rooms. I see that several of the rooms have very few persons. I'm not sure if the other persons have left, but it would be good that you participate in this group work. That would be the goal of this course, not only the theoretical aspect. So I will put you in the different breakout rooms now, and then that is where you will be to the end of this course today. And what now I will do is to show you, before I put you in that, to show you what you will be doing today. What you'll be doing today. Okay, so you see this. This is the work for today. I expect that you will do. We have until 5 p.m. So more than around 1 hour, 30 minutes you have now to go to your group. You define a specific topic or question in your group. You can consult me. I will be going across the groups. So if you have any question, just send me a message and I will come into your room. Then you can think of working on a protocol. You can also think if you can progress to collecting keywords, if you can progress towards searching, developing your search strategy. It's possible you may not cover all this, but wherever you reach, please use your time efficiently, and let's see where you can get by the end of today. The Zoom is reserved until 5:50 my own time, so you convert that to your own time. So not necessary that you end at 5 o'clock with the Zoom. The Zoom is still open till around 5:50, so you can continue for more 15 minutes if you require. Do you have any question with regards to this? Okay, so I send it to your rooms now. Augusto, you're there?
Yes, right, I'm here.
Yeah, what group are you?
Actually, Bright, I shouldn't be attending the course, but as I'm with Arsenia, we are in the same room, in the same discussion.
Who?
Arsenia from Group 2.